The second challenge concerns human resources. We face high staff turnover, heavy workloads, limited capacity, and insufficient personnel in several regions. Our response includes integrating immunization activities within broader health programs and strengthening capacity through webinars, massive open online courses, and continuous professional development initiative. Next slide. The third challenge is vaccine hesitancy. In recent years, misinformation and distrust have affected public confidence. Our strategy focuses on strengthening national communication approaches tailored to local context and cultural wisdom. We promote massive education campaigns through digital and social media platforms. Importantly, we engage religious leaders, community leaders, health cadres, and other trusted figures. Collaboration with health partners and professional organizations is critical to sustaining public trust. Next slide. The fourth challenge relates to vaccination services themselves. We must ensure adequate and equitable distribution of vaccines and logistics. Access remains a key issue in remote and hard-to-reach areas. Therefore, services are delivered through integrated health posts, community health centers, hospitals, and home visits when necessary. Multi-sector collaboration is essential to reach vulnerable population. Next slide. Ultimately, the success of immunization cannot rely solely on the government. It requires collective responsibility. Families, communities, teachers, religious leaders, professional organizations, the private sector, and both central and local governments must work together. Immunization is a shared commitment to protect our children and secure the nation's future. From a policy standpoint, our approach combines strong legal foundations, national prioritizations, system strengthening, and multi-stakeholder collaboration. We believe that sustained coordination and alignment between policy and implementation are key to maintaining high immunization coverage and protecting every child in Indonesia. Next, Dr. Nina will present experience sharing, technical implementation, and continuous engagement model. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the opportunity, especially for the Ghana Pediatric Association, as well as the International Pediatric Association. And I know that there is Prof. Joseph Hadap and also Dr. Navin Teker, and also the immunization partners in their WHO, UNICEF, and all the people who attend this very important meeting. First of all, it is a great opportunity for Indonesian Pediatric Society to share our experience for the past 2 years working with the IPA for the immunization. So today I will present our experience about the Pediatric Association Immunization Priorities Project, especially in technical implementation and continuous engagement model, as presented before by Dr. Piprim. So we started our journey in December 2023. At that time, we have a collaboration with the IPA, with Dr. Navin Teker, and also from the beginning of our implementation stage, we gather all stakeholders in Indonesia, especially including the Ministry of Health team and many of stakeholders, including the partner NGOs such as WHO, UNICEF, as well as the community leader, religious leader, to hear their feedback. How can we proceed with the program of immunization, especially how to increase our immunization awareness and also immunization coverage. And after that, we have our National Immunization Champion Workshop in March 2024. We conducted centrally in national level, and we gather all the champion, not only from the IPS, but we also invite several stakeholders as we invite in stakeholder consultation. And later I will talk more in details in next slide. After we have National Immunization Champion Workshop, we also did the Regional Champion Workshop, which is in our country. We have IPS chapter. It's around like 34 chapters in IPS, and we do the capacity building for the members in each chapter, and then create the immunization champion in its province. After that, after we have a strong collaboration with the chapter, we have a champion, we encourage them to do the ongoing activities and continuous engagement. And also we update the technical knowledge for them and strengthen collaboration in a period of 2024 to 2025. And also we are very lucky because we have an opportunity at the time to attend IPS Congress participant in Mexico, and one of our IPS champions share their experience to become the IPS champion in immunization, especially in very hard province. It is Aceh province. As you know that this province have so many challenges, especially in dealing with the mistrust of immunization. And to wrap these activities, we already have the experience sharing workshop centrally in Jakarta in November 2025. So this is just to show you what we are doing in our program. As you can see in here, we have stakeholder consultation involving many stakeholders, not only from the IPS, but also in Ministry of Health or WHO, UNICEF. We also invite the Midwife Association, Obstetric and Gynecology Association also, because we know that we are working also with HPV immunization. We need our stakeholder, and we also invite the Nurse Association and five religion association in Indonesia, because you know that in Indonesia we also have several issues related to religious context in the immunization. So we identify the priority for immunization, especially to close the gap, and we also ensure that our program align with national immunization strategies. And also we inform this many stakeholders about our champion training framework. So as you can see, we have national immunization champion. Dr. Navin joined us online because we know that at the time Navin have unfortunate situation. He need to attend the operation, and you can see in this picture we also invite some of the IPA expert to share their experience about the immunization champion. This is Dr. Margie Danchin, and we also have the regional workshop. In this below picture, we can see that some of the province already arranged their regional immunization workshop for the champion. And currently we have 1,085 champions around Indonesia. So this is the wrap of our 2 years continuous engagement. We invite all the representative from each brand to present their work in the field, in the province. And we also invite our stakeholder also, and we also give the capacity building again, especially about the what is the program of the immunization national level. And also we invite some of the key important champion who are always actively in the campaign, especially social media. And we also invite some of the expert in the communication to share their experience about the immunization campaign, especially to overcome the hoax in the community, and also we invite them to explain, to analyze what is the current situation they face in the social media, especially in Indonesia. So for the continuous engagement model, we usually have the regular meeting and also with the stakeholder. We also have the WhatsApp group. We have several sessions for the public education, and also we have the digital engagement through our social media, and also we try to evaluate this kind of communication. And also for strengthening vaccine confidence through digital engagement, we also have strong social media. As you can see that Indonesian Pediatric Society social media have more than 3,000 plus followers. We usually share our content of immunization in that social media. We also have several sessions of live interactive Q&A session on immunization, and we also have the media briefing if there is an issue of immunization. As you can see here, social media Instagram Indonesian Pediatric Society have 3,200 plus followers, and for example, our current share content around HPV program, as well as you can see below, it's about the measles content. You can see that the likes is more than 13,000 plus, and we also try the tracking what is our champion share in their social media, and also encourage all the IPS chapter social media to share our content also in the regional level. So I think this year we already have next program with IPA. We already did the stakeholder consultation last month in January 2026. We gather all our stakeholders to hear their feedback regarding our continuous engagement, continuous engagement. We also develop our strategic plan for the next year. What is our target, and also what is our program together to increase the public awareness and also public engagement about the immunization. So our reflection about this program, the champion model demonstrated the sustained engagement of pediatricians, strengthen the vaccine confidence, and support the effective implementation of national immunization priorities, as well as capacity building alone is not sufficient, but ongoing coordination, peer learning, and active communication are critical to maintaining the impact. And also we are moving forward to focus will be on reinforcing the champion network across branch, strengthening data-informed engagement, and also expanding collaboration at both national and international level to ensure long-term sustainability and continued alignment with Indonesian immunization goals. And the last, I would like to thank for all the support from the International Pediatric Association, especially the president and also the executive director, Dr. Nevin Tecker, as well as our partners from the Nigeria Pediatric Society, also Ghana Pediatric Society, and also our stakeholder WHO, UNICEF, as well as for the local partners, the IPS champions in every branch, the head of immunization task force, Professor Hartono, and also the project manager Dian, and now Aziza already helped us to strengthen our collaboration. And the last but not least, especially Dr. Piprim, who already support this program as her leadership in Indonesian Pediatric Society influenced a lot because he is one of the leader of immunization in Indonesia. Thank you. I hope you enjoy all the meeting in Ghana.
Thank you very much. I think we can give them a round of applause. They've shared with us their experiences and what worked for them. At this point, I would like to call upon Dr. Opon to lead us for a short recap of yesterday's activities.
Thank you, Nelly. Short is understatement. This will be the shortest recap. It was initially scheduled to be over 30 minutes, but looking at the time, we will have to do it over 5 to 10 minutes. Can we do that? So what I'm going to help us do is to go over what was done yesterday, pick a few key lessons. I'm sure some of you, when the program started, you were wondering, okay, what is this really about? Hopefully, I'll get a few comments from you to get an idea whether we've really understood why we are here. Okay, so yesterday, the key highlights were that we had an overview from our program manager, Ekia. If that didn't clarify it, we had experiences shared by our colleagues in Nigeria who have done a very wonderful work. What stood out to me from the experiences that they shared was that it will take a lot of effort and consistency and strong leadership by those of us in the pediatric space. Over the years, what we've observed is that when it comes to vaccination, some of us may not even know where your RCH or child welfare clinic is, who runs it, who is ensuring that the vaccine is available. Now, that is what we want to change. We want us to be involved and to go beyond even our clinics and our hospitals into the community. We also had a presentation from the EPI and the Vaccine Institute. Again, they highlighted the challenges that we currently have in our vaccination program. The key one is our transition from breast milk to complementary feeds. That is being weaned off the support from Gavi. And that is just around the corner. So the bigger question is, how are we going to make that transition? And what role would we be playing? Because that means that it will come with its own peculiar challenges. Even on Gavi, we've had some vaccine shortages. What would the experience be? When it starts, that is where people will begin to have a second various ideas about vaccination. And we need to be there to help the country navigate that challenge. And we had comments and presentations from our colleagues outside. One of them was on prioritization and optimization. What are the basic things that we need to put in place, structures that we need to put in place to ensure that when we pump millions and millions of dollars into our vaccination program, it doesn't go down the drain. There's minimal wastage. And finally, we're able to have a wonderful presentation from our immediate past president, Dr. Debi, on the ethical considerations. Very interesting case scenarios came up. Hopefully, at the end of this session, we'll have some clarity so that you yourself, you are very confident in the message and you're able to help families navigate whatever doubts they may have and not be confrontational or send a message as if it is by force. As much as possible, coercion should be avoided. And we had a very wonderful recap from Dr. Insedu, who was sort of making it clear what we are supposed to do as vaccines champions. Now, today's session is going to make it even clearer and more specific for you. If you're a pediatrician, if you're a nurse, if you are a public health nurse, wherever you are coming from, what is your exact role and what is your task going back? So we'll take a few comments, maybe one from each table. What was the highlight for you from yesterday? And then we'll sum it up and then we invite Prof. Naveen to lead us through addressing the misinformations around vaccines. So where do we start from? Whichever hand goes up first, I come to you. Just tell us what was the key lesson from yesterday for you. Okay, one. So we'll go in that order. One. Do I see another hand? The key thing, just one sentence. Two. Do I have one from here? Going once, going twice. Three. Okay, so we go in that order. And then four. And five. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. My name is Jonathan. So yesterday we also learned that, or we learned how we should be social media influence to propagate what we are coming to learn here, and then help in community engagement, foster that relationship with the chiefs, the elders, and then community leaders to propagate the gospel we are here for. Thank you.
The gospel is an apt description. So social media will be a very wonderful tool, and then community engagement. We can't leave out the traditional leaders. Whatever they say, the community follows.
So 2 things. Because he has mentioned the social media, I won't go there again. But the second one was involving the private partners, and the fact that it shouldn't be the whole thing. You can actually give them just a small section to handle, which would have taken that weight off you. And the second thing I'll talk about is, now that we are going to take care of our own budget for the purchasing of the vaccines, we would have to start working on optimizing the resources that we have.
Excellent. Excellent. So the first one is so crucial. How do we bring on board private sector to play specific roles? So for example, I know some clinics that give vaccinations on Sundays, because there are some parents from Monday to Saturday, they may not be able to show up for the vaccination. So you have some private clinics who offer it on Sundays, and it's a big difference in the community that they are doing it. So private sector. Okay.
Thank you. I also learned that before you can be an immunization champion, you should be somebody who is trusted. You should also have enough knowledge about vaccination. Thank you.
And that is why we are here. Your facts must be factual. If you misinform, and we are going to have more from Prof. Naveen, if you misinform, it does more damage than someone who is not expected to have that knowledge. So you, a doctor, a nurse, a healthcare worker, if you give the wrong information out there, it causes a lot of damage. A lot of damage. So first, we must inform ourselves. Okay, that's very good. And finally.
Thank you very much. So yesterday, we also highlighted the fact that immunization has different strategies, static, mobile, outreach campaigns. And with the changing socioeconomic dynamics in our population, for instance, now more people are focusing on bread and butter issues, may probably not have enough time to bring their children. How do we respond to that changing dynamic? And then the second thing I would like to mention is the fact that our prevention strategies should focus on actually protecting the child even before they are conceived. So what are preconceptive or preconception strategies that we need to look at as champions?
Yes, it's sometimes too late to wait for the child to come out before you start engaging the family about the need for vaccination. And even for mothers, if they are protected, then the babies are protected. So we'll take a nice summary from our big sister, Joan. She has a lot of experience, so I'm sure she's going to be able to put a nice recap for us.
Thank you very much. Good morning to all of us. Well, yesterday, during the ethical consecration presentation, when they were one thing that really stuck to me was when Joseph talked about the need for unity. And was it Elaine, the president for Ghana at this time, also talked about avoidance of poverty. What can lead us? And I thought this is very, very true. Until we trust each other, regardless of profession, and move on in unity, we will never get anywhere. Doctors look down on civil society and vice versa. Civil society are told, even though you are making impact, it's not part of our data, so we can't report it officially. And of course, this issue of poverty, we all need to pray that Ghana gets out of the poverty mode, because a lot of the civil society leaders are not health professionals, but they are heads of families with children, with financial needs, and talking about the resources. whatever you give them, they must make sure that they keep some for their family. Most of them are not on pension. So these are issues that are so crucial in terms of how do we move this forward. So limited resources, poverty issues are key. We must really come out of this, and I'm encouraging my colleagues to at least have is it a private pension scheme among themselves, so that when you are old and you're not getting contracts again, at least you have something to fall back on. Thank you.
So that brings us to the end of our day one recap. I'm sure we'll have some time in the course of today to have more detailed discussions. Thank you. Let's clap for ourselves.
Thank you, Dr. Pong, for making that very brief and insightful. So we are moving on to our first presentation, but for this presentation, we have the chairs for the session, and there are two. So I'm going to take a brief bio of the two chair sessions, the chairs for the session, sorry. So the first bio, Dr. Gabriel Obeng Cranton, is a pediatric infectious disease fellow at the Kolebu Teaching Hospital, a member of the West African College of Physicians. She graduated from the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology in 2012 with an MBCHB degree. She's a self-driven and thoughtful individual with a passion to make people around her feel good. She has a keen interest in child and adolescent advocacy and also enjoys coaching, mentoring younger generations on career choices and life goals. Dr. Gabi, as she's affectionately referred to, loves to organize events and programs centered around promotion of child health, community building, and fostering development. She has a special interest in pediatric HIV, tuberculosis awareness and management, primary immunodeficiencies, and antimicrobial stewardship. She's currently the General Secretary for the Pediatric Society of Ghana, married with 2 children, and aside enjoying family time, her next favorite pastime is watching football and everything sports. She relishes traveling and loves getting in touch with nature. So our first chair is Dr. Gabriel Obeng Cranton. And then I'm moving on to the bio of our second chair, who is in the person of Dr. Emmanuel Opon. So Dr. Emmanuel Opon is a pediatrician and a neonatology fellow in training at Asaman SDA Hospital and with the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons. Serving as the Vice President of the Pediatric Society of Ghana, he's a leading advocate for maternal and child health. He leads the training of healthcare workers, coordinates the activities of PSG's branches across the country, and contributes to the development of national clinical guidelines. His clinical research interests are newborn survival strategies in low resource settings and children's environmental health. He's a recipient of the Presidential Honor for Distinguished Service. Dr. Pon led the WHO's emergency response in other African countries during the COVID-19 pandemic. He's currently undertaking fellowship training in neonatal medicine, exploring telemedicine, and quality of care. So our second chair is Dr. Emmanuel Opon. So we are going to have a presentation by Prof. Naveen Taka on addressing vaccine misinformation effectively. And it's going to be an interactive session which will focus on effectively addressing myths and misconceptions about vaccines in the community and strategies to combat vaccine misinformation. But first, I have to also read his bio. So he's the Executive Director of International Pediatric Association. He's the Director, Deep Children Hospital and Research Center. Dr. Naveen Taka is a distinguished pediatrician and global health leader, currently serving as Executive Director of the International Pediatric Association. With decades of experience in child health, immunization, and infectious disease control, he has been instrumental in shaping pediatric healthcare policies and strengthening immunization programs worldwide. Previously, Dr. Taka served as president of the International Pediatric Association 2023 to 2025, president of Asia Pacific Pediatric Association 2016 to 2018, and the Indian Academy of Pediatrics 2007. He's an active member of the scientific committee and faculty for the ADVAC in France, the vice chair of steering committees of the International Collaboration on Advanced Vaccinology Training, and member India's Expert Advisory Group on Measles and Rubella, and co-chair of the 30th and 31st India Expert Advisory Group on Polio Eradication. He served on Gavi board and PMNCH board. He was listed as topmost influencer of polio eradication in the world in 2017 by the UN. At this point, I want to be like him when I grow up. He is recognized as the goalkeepers champion for the year 2025 by the Gates Foundation. His profile is featured in the Lancet, volume 406, issue 10,521, 2025. And he also received the National Neonatal Forum Lifetime Achievement Award in 2025. Dr. Taka has played a key role in polio eradication, pneumonia prevention, and routine immunization efforts, particularly in South Asia. His leadership continues to drive improvements in pediatric care, medical education, and vaccine access globally. Ladies and gentlemen, with all this profile, please help me welcome Dr. Naveen Taka.
So now is the time for, providing you skills. Yesterday we had all theory and today all interactive after me. So I'm going to talk on misinformation. He will empower you with the interpersonal communication, but this is not enough. As a champion, then you have a social media session, which I always like to take, but already PSG has given to somebody. So then more you have to learn, and for that we will refer you to the references, because you are responsible for taking this to the regional and district level. When you conduct regional workshop and when we are involved in continuous engagement activity, you will transfer all these skills to the most peripheral level. So that's why it's important, because we are not going to come for any of us for the regional workshop. So I think I was corrected. It's 275 districts in Ghana, and you have to prepare at least 275 champions through this network. And as somebody said, it is okay if you are a social media influencer and if you do not have technical knowledge. That's why this is a partnership. So you should know from where they can get, from where you or they can get the right information. That's most important. But all other communication skills, and let us interactive session mean very simple few essential points I will introduce, and I will give you a source from where this is taken, so you can do a detailed online learning course. Next, can I have my slides, please? Next. Okay, you want me to? So I will not waste time here. This all you know. This side or this is pointer? Yeah, infodemic. Dr. Tedros declared during pandemic that we also have infodemic. So I don't go into detail here. So this is information ecosystem. don't confuse question, concern, information words with misinformation. People have genuine questions. People have genuine concerns. Don't label them vaccine hesitant or anti-vax. Once you label that, they will move on that side. So I'm not taking it here, but the vaccine hesitancy is a spectrum from total acceptance to total vocal vaccine denial. We don't have to work on the extreme spectrum, which is anti-vax. Rest is vaccine, concern, questions, information gap that we have to address. And this side, misinformation, disinformation is not easy to tackle, and we will learn that today. So let us see what are the types of false information. And here there are three questions which are important, which you have to ask before labeling this. Do they mean to mislead? Do they have a personal motive? They don't know something is false. In which category this comes? And as per their intention and motive, it is type of false information which is classified. So this is three. So we will go through these points. These are three: misinformation, disinformation, and malinformation. So misinformation, though we use for everything misinformation, but in misinformation is false, inaccurate, or misleading information based on the best available data, evidence at that point of time. In future, it may be a true information. And second thing is, it is most common type. Anyone can fall for it, even doctors and healthcare providers. People who use misinformation often don't intend to cause harm. There are many people who we also have in India. In morning, first thing they do is to forward a WhatsApp message. They want to be first. And they will also then put a question. Is this right? Is this correct? And they will unknowingly, they don't intend to do harm, but they unknowingly multiplier of misinformation, which may be, so that's very important. They may not have any intent. They usually believe the false information to be usually, but many of them, they just want to be very, concerned citizen, concerned members of that group. They pass on this. Despite good intention, misinformation can still have serious health consequences. They want you to know, but finally they are multiplying the misinformation, which we should never do. There are fact-checking tools available, very good tools. With AI, it becomes even more easy. Don't forward any information without in context that you are verifying. Now, disinformation. Disinformation is intentional. Here, the user want to do harm. And that is why this is called disinformation, intentionally to deceive or manipulate. It is used for malicious purposes. There are many: financial gain, political advantage. There are many. And we don't go in detail here, but you will see many such advertisement about vaccine, or then you have some advertisement for some product too they're promoting, natural product. So there may be financial, there may be political, these are the things. Unlike misinformation, the person spreading disinformation knows that this is false. He knows that, but still he is doing it with a purpose. Now, malinformation. This is mostly used against doctors, celebrities, and nowadays it's impossible to differentiate, so they target you. They find your data, they will put it on the net, and people will troll you. So celebrities, doctors mostly are targets of this malinformation. So this is for the, to do the damage to your reputation. Now, this is very important. You have to learn what are the common themes they use and what common tactics they use. So First is about the this malinformation is one term is doxing, where someone shares your personal details. Now coming to common themes, they may claim that the vaccine is developed very quickly or experimental or unsafe. They misuse the data to exaggerate side effect and undermine vaccine effectiveness. False claim about vaccine causing pregnancy complication or infertility. We have already seen all that with data are manufacturing uncertainty. And if we see example, misinformation can easily prey on people's emotions, especially when they believe their health is at risk. Example, if someone sees a healthcare headline claiming that whistleblower reveals shocking big pharma secret, they are more likely to click than a headline use non-sensational language. So this is very, very common. Second is they cherry pick statistics. They pick up what suits them. And they don't, and from the maybe not a very good study. If they quote a study which is not reliable, where design is not good, not from a very good source. So cherry picking data. And third is they are just, they are coming from whether there is some conspiracy and all that. So they can, these are the tactics they use. And you have to know it, so you know what to do. Why we should care? Because it impacts health decisions. If I'm not sure I want to get my flu shot this year. I even need to refill my prescription. Maybe I should wean myself off my medicine. I heard about a cure for arthritis on Instagram. I think I will try it. Exposure to false information can heavily impact on health outcomes. Now, coming to the science of infodemiology, which is new discipline, and there are trainings in that, there are courses in that. I was fortunate to attend first infodemiology conference by WHO online. So it is information and epidemiology. And this is not new. The term was coined in 2002, but now definition has changed. It involves epidemiology, like epidemiology, it asks why and where, whom information is spreading. So these are the methods which are used in infodemiology. And let me tell you, the people, corporates, media, journalists, they are all using it for a long time. Health sector is last to embrace any new innovation. Any new AI, whether it is AI, whether it is social media, whether anything, they are last to adopt to it. And so marketing, how these malls are designed. You see the things. Previously, we used to go and say, I want this, and you buy. Now they are designed that unknowingly you will pick up the things and put in your own basket without realizing. If you not, then your family, your children, they will do it. Journalism, media monitoring, these are the sciences which are involved in infodemiology. Now just talk about the media monitoring, where we sometimes we also say social listening. So this is how it works. I'm not going to detail. There are crawlers, web crawlers, which extract data. Then this is organized, and there is a dashboard. These are the term. This is how it is done. So I'm not going to detail. As I said, you can do the course on infodemiology.com. And then this is, used by businesses, as I told you, political science, journalism, public health, and public health is in the last. So this is used. Now again, so how do you deal with that? What do you do of that? So we know about epidemiology, we know about the immunology. Let us use some immunology principles here. There are two terms I want you to learn and two methods: pre-bunking and debunking. Pre-bunking is proactive, debunking is reactive. Pre-bunking is done in advance. You will get all these slides, and on infodemiology.com you will have everything. So inoculation theory, even this is also old. In 50s and 60s, before the birth of infodemiology, the social psychologist William J. Maguire developed inoculation theory, which is same as immunology, like vaccine. If you weakened form of misinformation and its tactics, its themes, build immunity against being misled. So if you tell people in advance what are the common tactics they use, what are the common themes they use, you are giving a inoculation and telling people, so when it comes, they will say, oh, I know, I have learned infodemiology and I know they are fooling me. So they will be prepared, body will be prepared with antibodies. So it should include warning of threat and counter arguments. We will see in this in more detail. So this is inoculation theory. Now this is very, very important. Training someone to recognize misinformation is just like training their immune system. To recognize a pathogen, it is a continuous process. As the misinformation or virus changes, the method of inoculation needs updating as well. So it is continuous process. We saw in COVID. Daily there was new narrative. You are ready with the old answer, whether this will harm if I am on aspirin. The next day, whether this will harm if I am pregnant. The third day, it will be something more, whether we can give it to this breastfeeding woman. And daily new, and you have, this is continuously mutating. Even it starts when something in US, when the great man speaks, and then by the time it reaches to everywhere, it is already mutated. So it mutates, and you need to update your database, virus database accordingly, and your inoculation method. So types of inoculation. One is fact-based, reveals how this information is false through factual explanation. Second is logic-based, explain the tricks and how they are used to author this information. Again, the tactics and themes, right? Now, pre-bunking is a preventing, stopping misinformation in its track before a false claim goes viral online. It's a proactive, not reactive. So there are three main ways. Knowing what information people need is important for rollout of health intervention or communication during a health crisis. If there is a knowledge gap, you have to pre-bunk. Like I said, people are concerned. I'm taking aspirin, I'm breastfeeding, I'm pregnant, can I take vaccine? And you have to provide that information. That is why it is very important to be in contact with the community. Social media listening or social listening, and you don't have to go anywhere. As a pediatrician, people come to your chamber and tell you, or you will get from your WhatsApp groups or from some social media what's trending, and you have to judge that this is the information people looking. If you don't fill up, other people will fill up with this information. So that's one thing. Second thing is getting ahead of potential trending narrative. If you see people are promoting some, saying something that this natural remedy is good for flu, you can expect the next few days they are going to be information about flu vaccine is bad. So getting ahead of narrative, I will tell you how. And third is to explain the tactics of misinformation and cast doubt on the credibility of sources. This is some time called logic-based and source-based pre-bunking, as we discussed previously. Doubt, whether from where this is coming, whether the study is robust, where this information source is reliable. So these are the three types of pre-bunking, which is mainly done by public health authorities, and also as now we are immunization champion, and it is very important you coordinate. Now this is, warning. This is example. I heard that taking vitamin C supplements is way more effective than the flu shot. You can expect they are going to cast doubt on flu vaccine, and it is coming. Flu vaccines are here. Getting the flu shot in the only, but before they do, you don't contradict that vitamin C. You say getting the flu shots are the only research-backed way to stay protected. Each year, scientists adjust the vaccine formula to help make it effective as possible. Without touching them, you are going ahead of the narrative and you are putting something in favor of vaccine because you know what they want to do next. It's a like game of chess. Either you have to preempt and you have to see that you play better than them. And that's why you need all these skills, scientific skills. Second thing is cherry pick data. I saw a study that said 80% of older adults who die between October and March got the flu shot. So you ask, what is the source? Create a doubt, challenge them. What is your, so you can prove that. So this is fact-based. To help build resilience to misinformation in future, pre-bunk inoculation should have two elements: warning, an explicit warning of an impending threat or being misled. Example, there has been a lot of false information which suggests that COVID-19 vaccination affects reproductive health. Refutation, a refutation of the misinformation argument. There is no credible evidence to support this claim. Multiple studies and extensive testing have been conducted and all that. So this is two elements. Now coming to debunking. Debunking is mostly done when the misinformation is already there. It has occurred, it is circulating. People come to you with misinformation. Especially important to doctor because often brings up during your consultation. It is always reactive. It is often used to target specific instances of misinformation. Whatever there is misinformation, and you have to learn the debunking, how to do that is very, very important. Otherwise, you will enforce that myth and you will enforce that misinformation. So what are the best practices? The first thing is, debunk should never be more complicated than the claims you are debunking. Don't make it more complicated. All of us, it's not only in Africa, but in Asia and India, we speak very long and we make it things more complicated. So don't complicate it more, and your debunking should not be more complicated. Now, provide the science in clear, creative, and easy to understand way. Make sure you emphasize scientific consensus and evolving nature of scientific study. This is the best information we have at this point of time. People are working on it, and we will let you know. My tagline during COVID are always is honest and transparent communication. And that is the strength, because you are not trying. India is launching tomorrow the HPV vaccine. So it is good I'm here and learning from you so I can help them when I go back. So very clear. Never say a vaccine is 100% safe. Nothing is 100% safe. Crossing the road is not 100% safe. going in an aeroplane is not 100% safe. So never say that. You say that what we know, these are reasonably or very safe, but never say 100% safe. And we are compelled to do that sometime by, sorry if there is somebody from government, they want us to say that it is 100% safe. And that's not correct, because as an expert, and tell them, during COVID, my nephew, when they started for younger age, he said by that time this what phenomena the clots in AstraZeneca vaccine was already there, and he said I'm going to take vaccine tomorrow. I said which one? He said AstraZeneca vaccine. I said it can cause this 0.0000% chance that you may get a young adult as a clots. He said I know, but you know what happened to your brother, the senior one, they all get COVID and got serious. I know, and I am ready to take that risk. So be honest, be transparent, and give the scientific consensus. Consider that your audience is general public, not anti-vax. You cannot change anti-vax. Don't address them. Don't try to fight them with. Already I did some tweet yesterday, and anti-vax, they are hardcore anti-vax. They are after me. I saw this morning. I'm not going to reply. There are other methods. Maybe, I don't know, somebody will cover in social media how to deal with them. So it is your audience is general public. Focus on the fact, not on the misinformation. Don't repeat misinformation more than once. We will come to that. Use the fact sandwich method. So what is fact sandwich? Fact, warning, trick, and fact. This is a effective debunk. Lead with the truth, not with the misinformation. First, you should tell about the truth. Then state facts clearly. Then give an explicit warning that misinformation is coming or it is already there. Explain why the misinformation is wrong and explain misleading tactics. This is coming again and again, being used, or hidden motives. Repeat the truth to fill the mental gap generation by correction. Make the facts stick more than misinformation. So this is my sandwich. Break down debunking with the truth sandwich. Always start with the fact. This is the top one. Introduce a warning of circulating false claim only once in between. Sandwich between fact and fact. Involve a warning of circulating false claim, explain the false information potentially by highlighting any tactic, and then finally finish your truth sandwich with a fact, replacing the false information with correct information. If you leave the vacuum, you just say this is wrong, it will be filled up by some other misinformation. So you have to give why this is. So this is the way you make your sandwich. Fact, false claim, and fact. So this is about the flu. So we start with flu vaccine is safe and effective, and for most people the side effects are extremely mild. Some people are worried that you can, now this is the misinformation. Some people are worried that you can get flu from the flu vaccine, but that's not true. Then again the fact, depending on whether you get a shot or a nasal spray, the flu vaccine contains an inactivated virus and all fact. Fact, only once the misinformation. This is called serial positioning effect, a principle in psychology. Why a phenomena in psychology where the first and last item in the list are easier to remember than in the middle. The false claim increases the likelihood that people will remember what we want them to be true. So this is you should remember what you start and what you finish is always stuck. That's why so all the acknowledgement, our common friend Angus Thompson, Sadoma, Rob, and my staff, and infodemiology training program, infodemiology.com. There is another program, IPA vaccine trust course. Whether it is temporary offline or not, we will check and we will send you link. Register. This is best. You have Angus and everyone there, topmost say scientist from the world, no pediatrician, and you will learn there. Then another very good program is Trusted Messenger program. Trusted Messenger program, very good. And you can do that online. We will share all those resources. And don't forget to follow me on social media, because I lost a lot of follower when every time I support, like today I will lose again 1,000. Those who don't like the HPV will unfollow me. So join the club. Many of the celebrities follow me. Bill Gates, WHO, DZ, and many others. So join the club, and not only with me, but with each other. So you can multiply the, truth sandwich. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Naveen Thak. Yes, please. Any questions?
It is a pleasure that in Africa you ask what.
Yes, 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 yes. So we have a hand.
India, we don't know whether they have understood or not. Yes.
Okay, thank you so much for the presentation. I've learned a lot.
You should.
I want to understand something concerning misinformation. If somebody has a personal experience, I went for vaccination and my child got really sick. And so I'm now telling others that this thing is not good. But where does it fall and how do you address it? The second one is
Can we take one by one? So there are two things. One, maybe you have to be very clear that you don't antagonize him. There are very good videos on our IPA vaccine press course. There is a module called Dealing with the Vocal Vaccine Denier, which Noni MacDonald has taken. She is a pediatrician, only I think pediatrician in that course. So you don't have to antagonize them. You have to be sympathetic. But if they become violent, or they have gone to the totally anti-vax side, there are, you don't have to deal with them there. So depends on the situation, whether they are online, whether it's in the person. What module I'm talking is in the person. So first thing is, because they strongly believe that vaccine has caused a damage. I will give you an example. We have a grown-up person who had autism, and he believes strongly this is due to MMR. And before that, we have Indian Academy of Pediatric president. He was writing to him, and he was very replying him, this is not true, and that. So I was going to his city that time, and I said, I want to meet you. And I met him. We discussed. I said, okay, whatever you believe, my belief is this. And so your purpose is how to do the damage which he has done, how to counter that. So you don't target him, but you put the facts, but never ever enter in an argument. As I said, I met friend with him. I'm still his friend. He's anti-vax, I am pro-vax, and we work together. So we, at least we don't fight. So if it, depending on the situation, if it is online, you try to use the debunking sandwich method, put the facts, put the everything. If it is in the person, avoid the conflict, and then just try to fill up the gap. Yeah, second question.
thank you very much. So my second question is on our own CDC web pages. We have seen science issues concerning autism and vaccination. Now we've seen that they have gone back. CDC, the one we all respect and we all look up to for information on vaccination, they are giving us information that they are not too clear whether vaccination is not entirely linked with autism. You see, the people that we look up to, WHO, UNICEF, and all those well-trusted sources of information are now going by, especially CDC, going back and telling us information that is quite difficult to
You know the administration in US at present. You know the health secretary there. Dr. Joseph, you would like to respond to this? Why, you know, people used to have looked towards CDC for information, and now they have changed. Any comment? So what I mean to say, you know what's happening there. So the committee had changed. Committee had changed. So you have better. WHO has not changed. Why don't you rely on PSG, Pediatric Society of Ghana? You know why we want to go on relying. So they are credible source. If they continue to be credible, we follow them. If they are no more credible, we don't follow. Even American Academy of Pediatrics don't follow them now. You understand my point. We are speaking in camera and we don't want to go beyond that.
Hello, it's me again.
So it's a question or comment?
No, it's a comment.
Oh, make it short. I know Joan, when he speaks in Gavi board, very powerful voice.
And this is indeed an example from the Gavi board. It was my last board meeting. And there was this very distinguished lady, a Black lady. She introduced herself as a doctor for this African country. And she was representing her country on the Gavi board that day. After one of my submissions, and during the break time, she called me outside, out of earshot. She said, please, I've been listening to you. Stop promoting immunization. So I said, it's dangerous. She said it with such passion and with fear that I had to debunk that information. And she left me afterwards. I was so confused. Here I am, an immunization champion, public health nurse, CSO, executive director, promoting immunization. And you are telling me, so I debunked it by thinking of all the children we are safe from having measles infection. I thought of my own self as someone very serious immunization, measles as a child, and so forth and so on. So it was now up to me to really debunk this and set myself free from that misinformation. So what I'm trying to say is that those who misinform do believe what they are saying. And if you are not careful,
there are all types of people.
This was a very influential person, a medical officer attached to an embassy in Switzerland. Thank you.
So I want to help her issue because it was true. She says the child went for immunization and became very sick. I don't really know what the sickness or illness was, but fever is one of the issues that parents really deal with. I don't know whether it was only fever or it was some few ones do have seizures or whatever it is. But how he said the sandwich method goes would help you, because you can tell them that, yes, even that small dose made the child sick. Can you imagine what would happen if the child got the illness itself? It would have been, 1,000 times worse. So you can help them that way. Maybe understand what the illness was, because for all you know, the child refused the breast or passed a little stool. So you need to understand what the illness that the mother is talking about. And also understand that mothers get very anxious when they are young, 6-week-old, we do it at 6 weeks. The extended one, not just the BCG, 6 weeks, 10 weeks. They get very upset when, and these mothers are sleep deprived already, and the child is febrile or refusing the breast or passing stool or vomiting or whatever it is. So you just get them to understand
Prepare
that,
them. Yeah.
yes, that it's something to be expected, and it is even a minute dose of what could have happened. And as for her discouraging other mothers, that is a long process. We have to get her to understand that what happened to her baby may not be the same thing that will happen to another woman's baby. So it will be very unfair on her part to deprive it. But like you said, and like he said, if it is in person, it's easier. Online, it will look like you are fighting, and we cannot get into a fight online. Yes.
Thank you so much. Please, any other questions? Okay, so we'll take the last question and then we'll take the next presentation.
I want to say a question. It's a contribution to what my senior colleagues said. Like most of the times at the CWC session, we normally tell the mothers that when your baby develops fever, you give paracetamol or other stuff. So we've learned that nowadays, because there's a coincidence. When you talk about the AEFI, you have coincidental AEFI, then maybe the child is already sick and you give the vaccine. So you should also tell the mothers that it's something new that you should introduce into the baby's body. There will be some reactions and other. So you need to also, highlight on those stuffs. In case maybe the baby develop any sickness or other stuff, the mother or what will understand that initially you inform her so that you not take it other. Because I have that scenario at my place. One even mother have stopped coming to CWC because we gave malaria vaccine and the baby developed some serious fever and was admitted at the facility for me even almost 2 weeks or so. After that, when the next month, when the mother, even she didn't inform us, so the next month we are about to give the second dose, and she told us that she will not tell. So why? That's why she explained to us that the baby was sick and was admitted and other stuff. So we try to counsel, educating her, but still he said she will not take it. And we also involve other authorities to come, but you are still engaging her. So as you, when the mind will change, we will continue to give the vaccine. Thank you.
Thank you. So I want to make sure that you have understood type of misinformation, false information. You know how to do pre-bunking and debunking. So this was a primary dose. You can take booster at infodemiology.com or can connect with us for any more interaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nabin Tata. So please do not debunk and make it complicated more than the claim you are trying to debunk. That was my take home. Thank you so much. Our next presenter is Dr. Jean-Antoine Zizou, and I have to read his profile. And he'll be taking us on interpersonal communication with role plays. It's going to be an interactive session that aims to equip us with the necessary knowledge and skills in interpersonal communication to effectively build vaccine confidence. So his bio. He is a physician by training, specialized in emergency medicine and catastrophe management. He has been working in the field of vaccines and vaccination for almost 15 years, 5 of which he was in charge of the Sanofi Pasteur Regional Office for French-speaking Africa, and 3 years leading the activities of Sanofi Pasteur in South Africa. During the 8 years that Dr. Zizou spent in Africa, he worked actively to improve the vaccination coverage rates, thus contributing to better protection of African children against vaccine-preventable diseases. In 2013, he joined the Sanofi Pasteur Global team dedicated to the dengue vaccine development. As a member of the Sanofi Pasteur Global Public Affairs and Advocacy team, he has been instrumental in the publication of the WHO SAGE, that's a strategic advisory group of experts on immunization recommendation on the usage of the world's first dengue vaccine. Prior to joining the pharmaceutical and vaccines industry for 4 years, Dr. Zinzu was an active member of Ruban Rouge, an NGO based in Ivory Coast that fights for the recognition of HIV/AIDS issues by the authorities and provides support to people living with AIDS. Ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Dr. Jean-Antoine Zinzu.
Good morning, everybody. Well, I was told that in Ghana, people have a lot of energy. Is that a misinformation or what? So, good morning, everybody. Okay, that's good. Okay, introduction. I would like to have with you a very interactive session. As you can hear it, I have a very strong French accent, but I'm proud of it anyway, because people say that it's a very nice accent to listen to. But sometimes it's difficult to understand. So if you don't understand what I'm saying, just raise your hand and I will repeat and try to explain it differently. So I'm gonna share with you some of the key elements of interpersonal communication. Answer this question. Can you teach a fish how to swim? Oh, come on. What is this energy? Come on, guys. Okay, another question. Can you teach a bird how to fly? No. Can you teach champions how to communicate on vaccine? No. You don't teach them. You already know. You already have your experience. What I'm going to try to do is to optimize what you are currently using. So the purpose of this workshop is to build lasting confidence because we are addressing vaccine hesitancy. And because we are addressing vaccine hesitancy, what is important to build up is trust. Trust. People need to trust you and trust what you're going to tell them. So the purpose really of this workshop is to equip you with practical, people-centered communication skills to navigate complex conversation. And we will go quickly through 3 different frameworks: the 6 A's, the aims, and the relate. Okay, these are tools that you will be using during the second part of this session, because we're going to practice that. So I need your full attention in order for you to be able to replicate what we're going to see here. And to get your full attention, I'm going to challenge you. Are you ready for a challenge? Okay. You all take your cell phone and you turn it on a fly mode and you turn your computer off. And the challenge is to be able to make it for 90 minutes. Only 90 minutes. Okay? And as I said, we're gonna practice over and over again. The 2 other points, action and outcome, it was mentioned before, but you need to network. You on your own, you are not that powerful. But if you have a network that can amplify your messages, then you're going to become extremely efficient. But we won't have time to go through this part, but I'll share the full deck with you so that when you get back home or get back to your workplace, you can go through it and apply this. So really, the objective of this workshop is to help you understand the drivers, master the frameworks, and have this practice. What are the drivers of vaccine hesitancy? How can you build confidence in the local context? Really, it's important to take into consideration the local context. So, the first thing that we need to agree upon is the fact that vaccine hesitancy is complex, context specific, and it's evolving. And it's evolving because you have new information coming in, and therefore people digest this new information and then they evolve, either through vaccine confidence or it worsens their hesitancy. So it's very important to understand that it's not because you talk once with someone that you address it for the years to come. You need to give them a booster dose over and over again. So most of the time, you need to check where this hesitancy originates from. And it's, oops, what's that? And you have the different factors that are concentrated in 5C: confidence, complacency, convenience, calculation, and collective responsibility. All these are intertwined to build up this hesitancy. It is in Africa many times socially driven. You have the religious leader that is saying something against the vaccine and all the community will apply it. You have the chief of a village who says something against vaccine and then all the community feel like following what the chief is saying. So this you need to take into account. But one point that is important, it's not because people know something that it will translate in doing something. I'll give you an example. Is there someone who smokes here? Who smokes here? Nobody? Well, I'm a little bit doubtful, but anyway. Those who are smoking, they know that is not good for their health. They have the knowledge. But do they stop smoking? No. So knowledge is not enough to push someone to act. You need something else for people to move from their knowledge to action. That's very important. And you can only do that if you build up a good relationship with them. So, when you want to address vaccine hesitancy, you really have to have a holistic approach. Who are you talking with, not talking to? That's a simple word, but very important. When you talk to someone, and in the medical field, we used to talk to people because I have the knowledge and you should follow what I'm saying. You talk to someone. It's a type of top-down recommendation. This is not a good way to address vaccine hesitancy. If you want to address vaccine hesitancy, you need to talk with someone. You need to interact. You need to initiate a dialogue. This dialogue is very important to just move from a defensive position to a receptive position. So, how can you make sure that you talk with someone instead of talking to someone? It's by using the algorithm that I'm going to share with you, the AIMS algorithm. And then what you're going to say. It's very important also to be clear, and we said that before in the previous session, confident and with a clear recommendation. Okay. So, having said that, let's go through the 3 tools that I want you to make yours, and that you will have to apply later on. Let's start with the six A's taxonomy. Very easy to remember. Awareness, acceptance, access, affordability, activation, accountability. If you put yourself in the shoes of a caregiver, before vaccinating the child or whoever, needs to be aware that there is a disease, that he can get this disease, and that there is a solution to this disease. This solution is the vaccine in our case. But once he has this knowledge, you need to make sure that there is no conflict with the values, the belief he has. So this is where you can build acceptance, because what you are suggesting is not contradicting the values and the belief of the person. Therefore, I say, okay, I will do it. As soon as this person accepts to do it, the practical steps comes in. Can I have access to it? Is it available? Nearby? Is it affordable? And affordability, I mean, it's not because the vaccine is free of charge that it's affordable. Take the example of a lady that is working at the market. The meal of tomorrow is secured by the business she's doing today. So if you ask this lady to bring her kids to the hospital or to the vaccination center, it means that she won't be able to earn money during the period she will spend at the vaccination center. So that you need to make sure that the time she's wasted at the vaccination center is short enough. And then there is a transportation cost. So when we say affordable, don't say, oh, but the vaccine is free. I don't understand why she doesn't get vaccinated, their kids vaccinated. No. She has to bear the cost of transportation, etc., etc. Okay? So once you have addressed all this, then activation, it means the person decide to do it. And when the person does it, when the person adopts vaccination, then she can become accountable. What does it mean? It means that can become an advocate. You see, mothers who have their kids fully vaccinated, they are very proud. And they speak loud, oh, my kids are vaccinated. So they are ambassadors. And they are your partners in trying to convince people to get vaccinated. And from a healthcare provider point of view, it works exactly the same. You know, you are champions, but all people in the medical field should be convinced that vaccine is a good thing. Okay, after potable water, vaccine is the best public health tool that we have. We all know that, but you decided to take accountability, to do something for this. Once you take this, you decide, okay, I'm going to engage myself and become a champion. So you activate yourself to become a champion. When you decided, you see your environment, okay? Is the vaccine available? Is the vaccine affordable? How can I address this issue? Is this issue pops up in the conversation? And once you do that, you need also to understand the cultural environment in which you're gonna, quote unquote, preach for vaccination. And once you have all these set up, then you share your knowledge. Because you know that you're gonna share your knowledge, taking into consideration all the circumstances that are feeding vaccine hesitancy. Is it clear enough? The 6 A's, any question at this stage? No question? Are you still alive? Okay. Now, if you decide to communicate with someone, it's very important to apply the AIMS methodology. Because when you address vaccine hesitancy, someone who shares with you the vaccine hesitancy is on a defensive mode. And what you want to achieve is to move this person from a defensive mode to a receptive mode, being open to your messages. The first thing, when you want to build up this trustful relationship, is to assume what you want to do. You assume the fact that you are here to convince the people that vaccination is the best things she can do for her kids or whoever. You assume that. But once you do that, you need to inquire. First, a good dialogue starts with listening to what the people have to say. It's important to inquire, ask open-ended questions to understand the root cause of the concerns, the root cause of this hesitancy. So first, you don't start by giving statistics. You know what, in the world, there have been 100,000 kids death because of this disease. And if you don't vaccinate your kids, you know what, even in our country, we notice that blah, 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 blah. These are numbers. This doesn't speak to them. You need first to understand where are they coming from. And you can only do that if you inquire. Once you've done that, you need to make sure that you properly understood what the concern was. So you rephrase it using your own word to make sure that this person in front of you is convinced that you have understood his or her concern. You know, when you mirror what the person is saying, this person say, okay, I'm listened to and I'm understood. So now this person is open because he knows or she knows that you understood what the concern was. And once you mirror and the person say to you that, yes, that's exactly what my concern is, then you can secure by delivering the appropriate message to this person. So this sequence is very important when you want to build up a trustful relationship. And you cannot move someone from vaccine hesitancy to vaccine confidence without this trustful relationship. I'm talking about trustful relationship. It's not just a conversation. It's a relationship. You need to show that you care. So, this is where the relate framework is really important, especially for us in Africa. Because in your conversation, it's important to show respect. You don't look down to someone who has a concern. The concern might be futile for you, but might be existential for them. So really, it's important to show respect. It's also important to explore in order to better understand when you engage with the person. And then it's always good to link that to some values. What are their values? Connect vaccine benefits to what matters most to them. If they're concerned with family protection, then you show how the vaccine is the best tool to protect their family. If it's education, you show that how vaccine can prevent their kids to miss school because it will prevent the kids to get sick, etc., etc. You know, as healthcare provider, sometimes we look down to the feelings of people. How can you believe that? It is so stupid. No, you have to show some respect for the feelings of others. Therefore, it's important to appreciate the concern of this person. If you appreciate it, then you lower the defensiveness, okay? And then tell story. Why is it important to tell story? Can someone guess? Why is it important to tell stories? Yes, they will remember. But the thing is, you know, when you give statistics, numbers, you give all the numbers, all the studies, results, etc., etc., you're talking to the brain. But when you tell story that Paul can relate to, then you're speaking to the heart. And to make people move, you need to speak to their brain as well as speaking to their heart. And it's only when you have these two that it translates into action, which means getting out of hesitancy and getting in confidence. So it's very, very important to tell story. And as I mentioned, you cannot do it on your own. You need to have a network of people who will amplify your message, who are well listened to by the community. So, Relate is a proactive strategy. You don't wait for anything. You are proactive. It's a communication strategy to build confidence before the issue arises. It's like a pre-bunking type of thing. It's a cyclical process. Yes, I say relate, but it doesn't mean that you have to follow the sequence. You have to adjust, but make sure that you consider everything depending on the circumstances. As I said, you are not talking to, you're talking with, and therefore you need to build up this relationship. And you know what? When you are addressing vaccine hesitancy, sometimes you have to engage into a discussion 2, 3, 4 times before the person changes his mind. So it's not because after your first conversation, the person is still hesitating that you say, oh, I'm wasting my time. No, you're not wasting your time. It's the first step toward vaccine acceptance. So don't put the bar too high in your conversation saying, okay, I'm going to convince this person that she needs to have her kids vaccinated. No, no. You need to address this step by step, the hesitancy step by step. And at the end of the day, because you've been insisting, you've been reinforcing a trustful relationship, then at the end of the day, the person will say, okay, let's get the kid vaccinated. Okay? And then, as I said, confidence. This person needs to trust you. If you say what relate is not, what relate is not, it's not a script, as I mentioned. It's not a one-time technique. You just don't, it fits all situation. No, you have to adjust. In communication, you have to have this flexibility, be able to adjust yourself depending on the circumstances. And of course, for me, the more important is this one. Everything that I'm telling you this morning is not a replacement. It's just a couple of tools to help you enhance what you're already doing, to optimize what you have already been doing for years, for many of you. So, really, I'm insisting because in Africa, the cultural background is very important. In most of our village, even in the town, people are community centered. And therefore, you need to understand what are the community values, what are the community beliefs, so that you can address that properly. As I said, if I'm promoting a relationship kind of interaction, is because in Africa, that's matter. You know, you go to people, there is a process to engage with this person, etc., with a lot of respect. And once you go through all this, you make this person your ally. It's very important. You have a double objective. Yes, get the people vaccinated, but also get people promoting vaccination, get people helping you address misinformation, disinformation, and so on and so forth. You cannot do that on your own. So you need to identify in the community who can help you promoting the value of vaccination. And sometimes it's more efficient when it comes from a community members than when it comes from your mouth, even if you are looked at up to by the community. Okay? I already mentioned that there is the no-do gap. It's very important. I mentioned when someone, but people who are smoking, they know it's not good for their health, but they keep on smoking. Therefore, it's not because you share all the information you have with a community that you can think that they're gonna all get vaccinated. No, that's an illusion. So it's important to, once again, I'm insisting on that, build confidence and to regulate receptivity. How do you regulate receptivity? Once again, in your dialogue, to mirror the concern, to show that you integrate or you make the concerns yours and that you are addressing the specific concern. Okay. So, never forget that your recommendations are a determining factor in vaccine adoption. You should talk with people, not to them. So you need to remain a trusted messenger. You need to come up with very strong recommendation. You also need to be a good listener. And you know, it's not a matter of pushing a button and then you start saying what you have to say from A to Z. You really need to tailor your response. And then you need to connect with your community. So these are really the 5 key pillars of a successful interaction. Now, when you talk with the people, you need to lead with your recommendation. You remember, I told you, you don't hide the fact that your objective is to convince them that they need to get vaccinated. Don't dilute that. Start with a clear, strong, and confident recommendation to vaccinate. Yes, that's your strength. And you need to affirm that. They need to know that you are here to defend or to promote vaccination. You need to validate emotion. It has been said in a previous session, keep it simple and value linked. Normalize vaccination and offer a clear next step. The clear next steps can be an appointment for vaccination or an appointment for further discussion because you haven't been able to convince the person. So effective communication follows these 5 key principles to build trust and encourage uptake. Please reassure me. There's nothing new here. You've been doing that almost all your life, at least all your professional life. What I'm proposing is just to organize things in such a way that in your head, when you're doing things, you know exactly step by step what you have to do and you don't miss any opportunity in your communication. Interpersonal communication is something that needs interaction, as it mentioned, but it needs to have someone who is reactive, adaptive, who can adapt itself to the reality, to the value is dealing with. Okay, so I've been talking a lot. Now it's time for you to practice. So the way, what time is it, please? 10:23. Okay. We have two ways of doing things, and I want you to let me know what your preference is. Either we have volunteers coming here, doing a role play in front of us, and then we observe, and then we comment. I say comment, I didn't say judge. We are not judgmental. We comment. You want to say something? No? We comment. Or on each table, you do it for 20 minutes, and then after, we're going to take one volunteer to come here. So which option one, directly volunteers. Option two, you work on each table. You have 4 examples that was sent in pre-reads, but it has been printed also. You choose the case you want to implement. You choose the case you want to implement, and then either you come here or you do it at your table. So which option do you prefer? 2? Which option do you prefer? Okay, those who prefer 1. Option 1, which is directly here. Okay, okay, majority is option 2, therefore. So if majority is option 2, these are the steps. You take 5 minutes to prepare. Group of 3. Okay, when I say group of 3, it means we need to have a caregiver, a group of caregiver, a group of healthcare provider, and a group of observer. Okay? What I would like you to work on, and it's shown on the sheet you have here, it's a very specific case, so that you show me if you can implement the AIMS methodology. So after preparation, you have this conversation, the feedback, and the wrap-up will be coming here to present. Everybody is comfortable with that? Hello? Okay, so the first case is the Amina. Okay, and so on each sheet you have the discussion point. Okay, I try to make it as concise as possible so that you don't waste too much time. You have the second case, that is Joseph. You have the third case, Mama Grace, and the fourth case, Ruth and David. These are 4 different cases. Choose one of them to work on. Okay? But if you want to work on something that you experience yourself, let's do it. Let's forget about what I just shared with you, the example I shared with you, and use your own example. And what so I put back this, the frame. That's what you're gonna apply. But don't forget, you need to keep in the back of your mind the 6 A's, taxonomies. Okay? Is it clear enough? What time is it? The what? share. So five minutes, 5 minutes to interview, 5 minutes to judge. Okay, starting from now, you have 15 minutes to prepare, to present, and to comment. And then we're going to take few volunteers. If there is no spontaneous volunteers, I will designate some volunteers. So squeezing that in 90 minutes, so I cannot impose things. So what do you feel more comfortable? Okay, which case did you choose? You only have 15 minutes. Who are the caregivers? Who are the observers? Who are just practice?
Yes. So two observers.
Don't look at your shoes. I like this guy. He's designating others as volunteers. Not That's not the way it works. Okay, I give you 2 additional minutes, and then we're gonna move ahead. You ready? A round of applause for these volunteers. Please, 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 please. A round of applause for... No, I don't need the observer. The observer, because we are all going to be observer of that, okay? Where is the second mic? Hello? So which case are you?
Mama Grace.
Mama Grace. Experience. Make sure that you so
Yes, please. Hello, you are welcome.
Thank you, Mama Grace. My name is Kajitan. I am a community health nurse, and I've come to your. My name is Kajitan, a community health nurse. As you would have heard earlier on the media, we are going around vaccinating children in the various households within the community. So I have come to your house to see whether there are any children that are within the age category so that we can vaccinate them.
Okay, you are welcome.
Thank you.
But we have children, they have gone to school, but we already have our own medicines that protect our children. So why do you bring foreign medicine to come and give to my children?
Thank you, Mama Grace. That is a very genuine concern. It is true that prior to the invention of immunizations or foreign medicines, as you mentioned, traditional medicines existed. However, I would want you to kindly bear with me and understand that even though traditional medicines are good and they reflect culture and identity, wisdom, and then experience, vaccines are designed for something very specific, and they prepare the body's immune system to fight a particular disease even before the child is born or exposed to the particular disease. So your concern is very genuine, but as I mentioned, this is the function the vaccine will play in your children's life. And I would also want you to understand that, yes, the time your kids were raised with traditional medicines, the diseases children are suffering now, most of them were not even there at the time. I hope you understand me, Mama Grace. Do you have any concern?
Yes, because even the new diseases you are talking about, we can still use the traditional medicines to deal with them. So I want to know why I should still bring my child for this vaccination.
Well, thank you for your concern once again. It is not about replacing traditional medicine or our belief system. Even me as a nurse, I also believe in traditional medicine at times. Okay. And I was also, I was bathed some herbs when I was a kid. I'm told I was bathed some herbs and all of that. And I'm sure it has contributed to how strong I am today. However, it is not about replacing traditional medicine with foreign medicines. The foreign medicines, so to speak, only adds an extra layer of protection to the child. It complements the traditional medicine that you have already given or you are giving to your children. Do you understand me?
I get you. So you mean to say when my children take this medicine, it is adding as an additional layer to them to prepare their immune system before they are being exposed to any disease of that kind.
Perfect.
I think I get you right.
Yes, and to add lastly, the immunization or the vaccines that we give prepares the body to fight against the diseases I just mentioned earlier. So feel free. There will be side effects of the immunizations we will give. But the side effects will vary from the particular immunization. And if you agree for us to go ahead, I wouldn't hesitate in taking you through the various side effects to look out for so that as and when it comes up, you call us or you bring the child to the facility and we'll gladly attend to you. They will not kill your child. I can tell you that, even though they are not 100% perfect.
All right, thank you. My husband is also not at home. So when he comes, I'll talk to him, then we'll come to the facility.
Absolutely. In case you don't come, would I be permitted to make a follow-up call or better still to come back again?
Yes, please. I can give you my number or the children will be at home on Saturday. So if that works for you, you can come around.
Everything works for me as far as you are comfortable with it.
Thank you.
Yes, I think they deserve an additional round of applause. They've done well. So my addition to their role play is even to give Mama Grace some morale in the community by saying, Mama Grace will even make you a champion of immunization in the community. So that's the additional add.
Thank you very much. That was very confident and very well thought through. I just wanted to add, I think there was a bit that came from Mama Grace, and that should have come from the healthcare provider. That was towards the latter part. Because Mama Grace is concerned that there are medications herbal medications that are used to manage the conditions. So it would be very important to let the point come out that these vaccines are supposed to even prevent those conditions from happening in the first place, so that you don't wait for it to happen, then you now manage. Because once it happens, there may be some complications that could arise.
And in fact, you can understand. You don't want to see your grandchild sick or weak, getting to the hospital, blah, 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 and blah, blah. This is why vaccine is because this vaccine will prevent. I think this is a very good point that you could have had in case she was not. You know what? Because I would like to have another case.
Okay, I just wanted to add, I think they did excellently well. The comment by the health worker that vaccines are an extra, as an extra layer to the traditional medicines is not true, because most of these traditional medicine, we don't know what it contains. So even though you want to be positive, so my fear is that if there's the information that, oh, their traditional medicines is also good, and with this it adds on. So we have to give the correct information, because most of these traditional medicine, there's no dose, we don't know what, they have not been researched. So even though you want to stay positive, you don't let the person get the conviction that the traditional medicines are okay, because really we know they are okay, but we don't want to condemn them in any way. Thank you.
Yeah, you got a point, but it's just a matter of nuances, you know? He could have said, oh yes, we all have stories about people who have been treated with traditional medicine and it has been successful. Okay, we have stories. You don't endorse traditional medicine, but at the same time, you are not saying it's wrong. You see, that's a way of addressing it. You put the responsibility on someone else. It clears the way for you to push what you want to say. And it's important to proceed like this. Okay, please, I would like to have a second group of volunteers for a different case. Come on, we are not judgmental. A round of applause. I like this group because I haven't been obliged to design something. You are real volunteers. Great. That means that you are real champions. Which case did you choose? Joseph? Okay.
The father of Jesus Christ.
Okay. Case of Joseph, my neighbor's son got very sick after the infection. He had high fever. It's the injection, not the infection. The injection, had high fever for 2 days. The mother sold the regrets taking thing for vaccination. Why should I risk my child getting sick? Why should I risk my child getting sick? Okay, the floor is yours for 5 minutes.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Mr. Joseph, and I would like to have some discussion with you and express a few concerns. So I have a 6-month-old. I'm a first-time father. And my neighbor, who has been giving us all the advice in the community, she sent her son to the hospital for vaccination last week. And in fact, it hasn't been easy. For 2 days straight, that child has been having very high temperatures. She's been sponging him. She's been giving a lot of paracetamol. Even from my room, I can hear the child crying from next door. And I'm very, very scared that as first-time father, should I risk sending my child to the hospital for vaccination? He's 6 months. I'm told he has to go for vaccination in 3 months' time. And I'm having second thoughts. That's why I've come to you this afternoon.
Oh, so that's so good. I'm glad you have come to the healthcare center to ask this question. Now, vaccines are given to children within certain ages to prevent diseases. These have been tested and tried. The vaccines contain some components of the disease-causing organisms. And so when they are injected into the children, there is a reaction from the body that shows that the body is developing something against, to prepare the body against any future infections. So it is fine that when a vaccine is given, the child may have a fever as a reaction to the vaccination.
So if I understand you, that fever that got us all scared can be a manifestation of the vaccine that was given, and actually it's an indication that the vaccine is working.
Yes. And I would want to add that most of the time, this fever is not so high. It is low grade and usually lasts about 2 days.
Okay.
There are other causes of fever. So if the temperature is very high or it lasts more than 2 days, we would want to look for other causes of this fever in the child.
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification. So are there other things that I can do to actually prevent the fever from coming at all?
Yes. One of them your neighbor did by giving paracetamol. Other times we use a cool cloth on the body of the child to bring down the temperature.
Okay. I hope I'll be able to explain to my neighbor very well. And if I'm unable to, probably I'll bring her to the facility so that she can hear directly from you. Maybe it might change her mind as well.
Yes, that would be good. And it is all right to know that a few days of some discomfort of a low-grade fever is better than the child having a full-blown disease or complications from that disease. I'll be glad to share my number with you, and you can always come back and ask questions.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I actually came to fight, but after seeing you, I'm calm now. Thank you.
Thank you.
We need to speed up a little bit. So I will take 2 or 3 comments, not more than that.
Thank you. The healthcare worker is a very good listener, and that really helps. So I think the father felt heard. What I wanted to bring to our attention is avoiding maybe false and medical jargon. So for example, the vaccine contains some components of the disease-causing organism. Amongst healthcare workers, we understand that. A non-healthcare worker who doesn't even understand how the vaccines are made can easily interpret. And I thought the father was going to say, are you saying that the vaccine actually contains the organisms? And I think that's a jargon we can avoid. If the family didn't ask that, then maybe that's no information that we should volunteer. Rather, he was concerned about the side effects. So let's stay on that one, the side effects. If he brings up that I've heard it contains the organism, then now we can go into that area with the person. Thank you. Okay.
Well, thank you for the nice replay that you display. Please, the caregiver asks a question that, what can I do to prevent fever? But you answer it, but what I also expect you to do more is that, like the fever, ask the question of what to do to prevent. So you said that you should put on a cloth, on a cold cloth on the baby. I believe that's not enough. At least you have to give the paracetamol. So, yes, he added the paracetamol, but so what can he do to prevent the fever? So I was expecting to tell the Mr. Joseph that as soon as you see that the baby develop a temperature, the body is hot, you start giving the paracetamol, because you see you have to put on, what do you call it, the cold clothes and other stuff. So some of the caregivers will wait till the temperature escalate before they will give the paracetamol. So as soon as that was what I was expecting.
The way you said it can raise fear, because you focus on the fact that if it lasts more than 2 days, then you need to, you understand what I mean? Instead of really focusing on the fact that it's mild, and easy to handle. And whenever you're confronted with that, just give me a call and I will manage it, etc. etc. Be assured, don't put yourself in the situation where you force this guy to see that maybe after that can become more complicated. You understand what I mean? Don't open that. What you said. Concern about this. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. Sorry, we have to wait, but we have to stop. We can keep on discussing after if you want to. So, to build vaccine. Sorry, I'm in a rush. So, the 5 core principles. Can you? Okay. As I said, really what you need to understand when you have fighting vaccine hesitancy, communication is good, but relationship is your target. You want to have a good relationship with this patient. And the 6 A's help you find where the problem is. What are the factors that you need to address to bridge this hesitancy? AIMS helps you interact with this person in a positive way, to move this person from a reactive mode to a receptive mode. And relate help you strengthening the confidence of the caregiver in this relationship, in the things that you are saying. And as I said, you cannot do that on your own. You need to establish your own network. Every conversation you have, every relationship you build, every story you share strengthens confidence. Champions. Okay. You have questions? Okay. I don't know if we have time for questions. Maybe because what about the agenda?
So yeah,
Maybe you can address the question
After the, yes. Thank you very much for, I believe this session was very, very, very interesting. And we thank the presenters, both Dr. Jean and Dr. Thaka, for a very wonderful morning session. And we've taken a lot from what has been said. I think personally, I think communication is very fundamental in our work as champions. It's our voices that we are going to use to encourage parents to take or to accept vaccines for their children. And so these two presentations really underscore our tasks or our roles as immunization champions. So let's remember what has been said, debunking, rebanking, misinformation, disinformation, and how to communicate, remembering that whatever you say can be misconstrued, can be misunderstood. And so they're very particular with how you say it. Even your body language can go a long way to affect how a mother would accept your information or not. Ima, do you have anything else to add?
Banking, pre-banking. It's better to be proactive than to be reactive. And as champions, as we are going back, knowing what we know about the challenges we have to have vaccination, then there are some people that have to be targeted in our clinics, in the community, and especially those in the children's welfare clinic, so that we can be empowered to get ahead of the misinformation and disinformation. When it happens, now we have some of the tools to use to engage and improve our vaccination. So it's been a very enlightening morning. And I think what is next, MC? All right. Thank you.
Thank you to our presenters and then our chairpersons. Now it's time for a snack break. But please, when you step out, kindly note that snack is 30 minutes, and then we have to do the registration for today. Unfortunately, we could not register this morning before starting. So when you step out, kindly register, and then we go for snack. We have 30 minutes. So it means we'll be back roughly 11:47. Thank you. 37, sorry. Thank you. So enjoy your snack.
You can tell them the vaccine is made up of different kinds of but you don't go to the example. So we tell them we
To the point where now it's like, oh, you're my favorite person. It's only then that you have that trust. That when you are now in then else. You are that's what they're doing everywhere. They build trust on one side. If the encounter is long, then you choose information that Yes, I'm wrong before you start. What the concept?
their language is very difficult. Very. Yeah, that's how it is. Yes.
So you are saying that they are giving part of the animal into my who wants animal in their blood?
Please, those outside, kindly come in. Good morning, everyone, once again, and welcome back from the snack break. I hope we are all full and filled for the next session. Please, are we here? Hey, it looks like the room is quiet. Please, are we here? Okay. Thank you very much. So we are moving on to session 2, and the chairpersons for session 2 are Dr. May Adabayere and Dr. John Adebi Apia. So I'm going to start with the bio for Dr. May Adabaye, my own trainer in Kolebu. So she's a pediatrician with over 30 years experience. As a student, she did her dissertation in immunization practice. She currently has her interests are currently wide and varied in asthma, malaria, and the like. And she's a postgraduate examiner and trainer with both the Ghana College of Physicians and Surgeons and the West African College of Physicians. So, ladies and gentlemen, one of your chairpersons, Dr. May Adabaye. And then our second chairperson is Dr. Adebi John Adebi Apia. So his profile. He said it was done yesterday, so I should skip it. Okay. So our next presentation. Sorry. Forgive me. Sorry. So our next presentation will be by Mr. Kobe Blay, and it's going to be on leveraging social media and the traditional media to generate vaccine acceptance and demand. This session will provide an insight into engaging with media and social media to generate vaccine acceptance and promote immunization. So a bio of our presenter. So he is a mental health nurse, public health communications practitioner, and founder of GhanaHealthNest.com, a health news and information platform established to improve health literacy and combat misinformation. With over 15 years of professional practice, he has advanced the use of photography and visual storytelling as tools for public health advocacy, documenting human-centered health stories to influence awareness, policy dialogue, and community action. He's a trainer and consultant in digital media and social media for health, supporting institutions, NGOs, and health professionals to strategically use communication platforms to drive behavior change and strengthen public health trust in health systems. His work spans national and international initiatives, including global health engagement and advocacy campaigns, focused on curating, distribution, and measurement of accurate health information, public health awareness, and community empowerment. An award recipient of the U.S. Department of State's International Visitor Leadership Program, Fellowship, and its Impact Awards, Kobe is recognized for bridging healthcare, social media, and visual storytelling to advance public health outcomes. Please, with a round of applause, shall we welcome Mr. Kobe Blay for our next presentation.
All right, good morning. I appreciate the time to be here with you. I believe that by the time we are done, I will end up learning more from you. But as we speak, there are millions of messages, millions of stories, millions of mails people are exchanging. The question we have to ask ourselves, which one have we shared today? Many people have discussed this over time, why people don't take vaccines. And it has been argued vaccines work. But between vaccination and vaccines, which one works and which one does not? Vaccines don't work. Vaccination does. But why is it that over time we've had challenges and we have to always invest into having the vaccination done? For those of you who have children, and I am a very practical person because the talking doesn't really flow like that. We are going to be hands-on. So get ready with your phones, your laptops, any device that you have. When you have a child and you want to give the child medicine, and even though the child is sick, does the child readily or easily take the medicine? Who is going to give us a typical scenario of how they go about?
So I'll give an example of giving just syrup paracetamol for a child who has fever. And they would actually start looking at the color of the bottle or the pack. And then when I pour the medicine into a spoon or the medicine cup, they would look at the color too. And amidst crying, they would usually bring out their tongue and taste the medicine first. And if it doesn't taste too nice, then that's it. The rest doesn't go. If it tastes a bit nice, they may take a little, and then sometimes they may throw up even after taking the syrup paracetamol. Yes. I would have to sing. I would have to get a fruit, something to go with it. Okay, when you take this and then you take the banana so that the taste doesn't stay in your mouth. I told you will get better. We will go out. You get ice cream when you get better, and then they would end up taking it.
I must say, but these children are very understanding. So a few attempts of that never worked. Then once or twice they've had jabs, they've had injections, and they've gotten a preference. When you won't take the medicine, it means you go to the hospital and get an injection. And it works for me a lot of the time. So once I tell you that, okay, if you don't take the medicine, then we have to go in and you get an injection. They'll prefer to take the medicine to go in for the injection. So to the injection. So
The men who don't sell medications. Yes. Please tell your story.
Okay. Sometimes, if you don't want to take it out, you try to fold their nose and force them to take it. That's what we the men will do.
Yes. So for my part, I'll have to get 2 different bottles and then demonstrate as if I'm taking it. Yes, I'll do that for about 5, 6 times before she will accept taking it. So I'll just be doing, then she will think that, oh, then the thing is sweet. Then I'll just force the medicine into the mouth and then she will take.
This one goes through a serious process. This one, at some point, they force.
This was a community role play. And I was having a role play with a supposed husband who was a drunkard. And we had a child, a toddler, who was very malnourished and had diarrhea. We were promoting ORS. We mixed it. Whatever we did, the child never took it. We gave up. People were laughing. So yes, you think it's easy.
That's such a hanging story. But you realize that in all of this, there was something unique, even in making sure children take medicine when they are sick and when they need to be well. It doesn't come easy. There must be a process. And in some of them, you involve what we call storytelling. But for health people, we know our data. We want to share statistics.
and then we forget about storytelling. We know about social media, we know about communication, we know our digital health. So we secure the funding and the budget, and then we say, let's react to whatever it's happening. But I remember when I was working some moments for the Christian Health Association of Ghana on their COVID-19 projects. We called it CRIB. And when we called it CRIB, like COVID-19 Response and Institutional Building Project, then CRIB. I mean, it's exciting. We wanted to engage or target a very unique group. And then the stories of when you take the vaccines, some men will become impotent, some women cannot deliver. Now, our focus was in those refugee camps. So you have to do the usual traditional, go into the camps, engage with them, and get the stories together. Now, a few months after this whole thing, the acceptance had gone on. This gentleman comes back and then talks about how he feels something is not right. And in my mind, I was thinking that, well, something has gone wrong. But he says, no, after the vaccine, over time, his whole performance has improved. But the project is over. Why should I be interested in the story? Because we design a communication, respond to the community, we get results, project is over, disease has died down, so we've done well, pat ourselves at the back, that's the end. 3 years time, another outbreak, and we begin the whole process from scratch. But let me tell you the story. There is a group of people, all the work they do is investigating to see the other side or the side effects or the what we call the EFLs of these vaccinations, and they are making it news items, stories back to back, especially in an era where not just misinformation, but misinformation has become a commercial tool. Because today, I have decided not to post. I'm doing a test on my social pages for over a month. I haven't done any post. However, I get Meta sending me my money for the work I have done. So whilst we sit here, we strategize. Someone is just in the room alone, looking at the reward, which is beyond just visibility, beyond just virality, beyond just being seen and mentioned, but also the aspect that there's a whole commercialization to this effect. So I want us, I saw a lot of you doing your content when you were here. I thought it was coming in. And so I want us to go into our socials, which are any platform that you are, and mention to me the last post you did on vaccination. Vaccines, vaccination, your last post you ever did on that. Some say WhatsApp. It's WhatsApp social media or not? Why? Justify.
It's a platform for a lot of people to interact digitally.
Interact digitally. Can you measure the interaction going on there? As well? Okay. Anybody? Oh, you posted.
Yes, please. So I post about the program. I post about the program and its public health importance.
the champion is moving it.
We are in an era where the most important thing is the first 3 minutes of an attention. If you want to do a video, and is it first 3 minutes? No, first 3 to 5 seconds. If you can't grab any attention within that time, voila your video. That is why they will do a long interview and then cut some few minutes and let it start the whole long form video. This era is era of attention. So anything I would do to get your attention the first few minutes, do it. It should be ethical anyway. But you need that first few seconds. The millennials used to record video where when they come live, they will wait, play a song, wait, and start talking, hi fans, and this. Then Gen Z's came. So hi, good morning, everyone. So you see, I'm here having a training, and it looks like the people who are supposed to be doing social media have not even been doing social media at all. How can we go on with this? Guys, drop your comments. Let's talk. And I'm done. This few seconds, not even up to a minute, can change everything you are doing here. Why are you quiet? Because the attention is key. Mobile has become the first thing of the day. People don't buy laptops, they buy smart TVs so that they can watch their Netflix. They do their Netflix and chill. You understand? But for you, you have your phone, you are participating in an event, and you didn't make a post about it. You are quiet. That era of quietness, professionals, is dead and gone. If you, the professional, you are not even talking about vaccination, if you have not made it a conversation, you have it in all days, and you wait till the exercise is coming for you to start, oh, you've been paid. Please don't tell me anything. You have been paid to just come and respond. But I know that you are professional and you are seeking the health of the people at heart. And that is what we need to start. Any more post anyone has made? Okay.
So I did mine for HPV.
Okay.
And I did it in our local pidgin and standard English for HPV in Bombing County, one of our regions. Yes, Liberia. So it's a video.
TikTok.
We gave you the HPV vaccine. Ministry of Health and other partners, they gave you HPV vaccine.
I love your video. It gets my attention. I don't get the language. It's serious pidgin, but I know what you're talking about. Why? He has not just the video, but the flyer. And then he has put a text on the video. These things are not just, so yours is good, but I'm not coming to look at you, please. That's why today they do reactions and they say, if welcome to this channel. There's a very serious issue happening right now. Watch this. And they insert the video. And that 5 seconds, they've got you. So you are watching not two people, but you've gotten another person. Because psychologically and from my mental health background, we have now been wired not to pay attention for longer stuff this time. TikTok, ping, 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 ping. Our fingers are just, neurons are all connected to moving. We don't have time. So they are also blending everything into that video. That is why during video, they are doing their live, they say people can join. And it's happening in the night. Whilst you come and sit here and do all the planning and plotting, they will wait one night, 20 minutes, debunk everything. By then you are sleeping, waking up to go and deploy your vaccination program. I told you. So there is no argument about the fact that we need to up our game as professionals. Years ago, some of us started championing the use of social media for public health. It sounded like a buzzword. And institutions rarely will want to sign up to social media. They say, no, our communication this, our communication protocol, blah, blah, blah. No. Today, we are struggling to catch up. Period. We have our in-house says, don't use social media. If you want to use social media, come and sign. I remember those times as nurse, you can't go on TV. You have to go on TV. You have to write letter to your DDNS. And then blah, blah, blah. By the time you come back, Charlie, won't let you go. Health professionals were denied. But now we pay a lot of money to want to get that visibility. And now we are involving influencers who we don't have the data or insights of whatever they are doing. And we carry vaccination programs to go and give to someone who has audience for selling wigs. We are paying influencers heavily for all these things, but we don't even take time to analyze the insights of whatever they are doing. I remember the graphic and all that. We used to write articles into them. I don't know how many health professionals today write articles and submit to some of these web blogs. How many of you have blogs yourself? And the association or the society platforms, how many of you share stories or your personal life experiences there? So if we don't have this going on, we will struggle to catch up. And if we don't have these data that's sitting on our shelf, we will do all the research and get all the grants to do all the research, but we are not bridging it for the ordinary person to understand what this research is all about. We are going to struggle every now and then. If we don't sustain the networks beyond the funding, then the other guys would always have their day, because for them, they don't need any motivation. They keep running. So I'm going to share some 10 pillars for all of us to take home and use. And then after that, I'll give assignment and you have to submit. Everybody, you have to do it. Look, today, you can, the content are in different forms and formats. And I'm so proud of some of you here especially some of you bring your rants and professional rants on social media. Let's keep ranting. Yes, madam, well done. And then Presido too doesn't stop. She updates us wherever she is. So the next time she's going for MP, we know that she has done the work. But I mean, your visibility has been great, so keep it up, right? And I like how she keeps her branding when she's coming online, looking fresh, prim, and proper. Hey. So kudos to her and kudos to every one of you who is using social, doing the texting, doing the videoing, doing the photos, doing the audio. Put it out there, doing the infographics. There are many formats for which you can. And for each season and moment we find ourselves, which we call contextualization of your content. You have the content, but you are wondering, should I post this today or tomorrow? Boga, find the content, now post it. Look, there is no good time to post. The time to post be now. So why will I post about vaccination when we are not in vaccination yet? Because you don't have any story to tell. You can post about anything and just drop a hashtag or do a meme. This time, there is serious propaganda, even using memes. Someone could just wake up, me thinking about vaccination in 2027. I thinking about vaccination 2027, drop a meme and a photo of someone like that. It generates conversation. You have attention. You go to engagement. Eh? And then you take them up to somewhere. You do the referral. In health, you do referrals, right? And so when they begin to get on the conversation, they are engaged. Now you do the referral. That is one of the key things we have to do and engage with them. During the COVID, I started a program called Coping with COVID. And you can start posting, do anything, but you need to have a name to your campaign. It can be posting every morning. You can call it Motivation Mondays. Or you can start posting, you can say vaccine voices. You can start anything and put some nice name, catch name in hashtag and put it there. And every Tuesday you post about it. When I started coping with COVID, little did I know that it was going to save some lives. Someone was running oxygen at 62, 70, and she sent a message on the platform. It was a peer network sort of thing. And she was like, my mother has, I just checked my mother having difficulty in breathing. I said, okay, so where are you guys? Oh, we are around Carnation. Okay, check a pharmacy. Oh, they checked and that was the saturation. I said, where are you guys going? We are going to Takra. They will be back next week. I said, well, you may not be back in whole or together. So check in a hospital. They did, Carnation Polyclinic, went on admission for 2 weeks, and she's back. She's fit and better. These are the very little ways we can save lives whilst we deal with no bed syndrome. All right? Okay. What is this? Please remove the caps and put on social media caps. What is this? What is wrong with this hashtag? Spaced it. Which people spaced it? Which people spaced it? Okay, so those who spaced this, please work on it again. Now, this can be a whole conversation. Can't get your hashtags right. Don't worry. That's how we tickle the conversation. So this is a hashtag, and hashtags allows us to do so many things. One of the key things, it helps us to aggregate the conversation. So to sort out digital conversations into one place. And whenever you want to start a hashtag, don't just start it because that's what came to mind. We do what we call hashtag auditing. You need to go and research and find out whether that hashtag has not been used for any kind of conversation. Because sometimes you use the hashtag and someone is using it actively to sell something else. So this hashtag is good. So children's voices matter. Is good. You must deliberate upon this. Is it too long? Is it an evergreen hashtag? Is it an institutional hashtag? Is it a campaign hashtag? There are different forms of hashtag. This one could be a campaign hashtag. And there is institutional hashtag. Then you can say pediatric society or pet sock, hashtag pet sock. You understand that you use it for all your posts throughout whenever you're making a post by pediatric society. Sorry, you can sit down. All right, thank you. And for those of you on Twitter, you can check FDA Ghana. FDA Ghana for 2025, 2026, they add FDA Ghana 2025 or FDA Ghana 2026 so that they can aggregate all their Twitter conversations for the year. And if you can't measure whatever you're doing, don't start. So before you start, you must think about measuring it. And that is why it's important that whilst you think about the social, start with the behaviors, not just post. Don't just tell people to go and post. What are we addressing? Who are we addressing? Who are we talking to? Where are they? If they're on social media, which community are they coming from? For those of you who wish to know, social media too, we can do the segregation, the demographics. We know where people are posting from. That is why when you are scrolling, some contents will come in your feed and some won't come into your feed. And the social, they will show different content to different people based on your interactions, your geolocations, your interests, the content on your phone, they will show it to you. So start with the behavior in mind. And you must identify the barriers to even the behavior and set some measurable indicators to the success. So if we are not in an active campaign period, what can we do? We can have a subtle content being shared. We are going to do memes. We are going to do fun posts on vaccinations. Then you are posting that. Who are we targeting? Of course, we are targeting those guys who always want to throw memes and fun at campaign. That's because we are not in an active campaign time. So that time we can all get to the Sakura Park and dirty ourselves more. Then we use it to educate. So you throw those memes, you see them coming, they come. And then you begin the conversation, you share, you engage. And then you carry it further. So you must start with the behavior in mind. Let's not just tell ourselves, please, everybody should post. I've been hearing that. Post. Copy it and post. If 100 people are here and there's a post they share to you that everybody should post the same thing, chances are that only a percentage to 2 or 3 will be shown to people. Because it's the same content, and social or the platforms don't like when the contents are the same. It should be exciting. Vary it. It's in a party full soldiers. You catch on to post here, then you can see it. Even these days, there's chat GPT, so you can see the whole thing. And social won't maximize it. That is why you think that someone is posting nonsense, but it's being seen. Yes, because it's an original nonsense. All right. So let's start with the behavior in mind. And it's important for us to be able to strategize, even if you are going to post for a month. Who are we posting to? Why are we posting? Have those elements set out before you do. All right. Any question here? You must segment your audience, no matter what it is. When if you have 30,000 followers, it's not the 30,000 followers you are going to post to. If you have 50,000 followers, it's not them that you're posting to. You can target maybe 1,000 within this age, within this location, within this risk profile. All right. So maybe Pediatric Society has the page. They have maybe 500 followers. Beautiful. I am not so concerned about how much followers you have, but the quality of your followers. When you post, who and who are even engaging on your post? So if they have 500 followers and they post and they are having over 1,000 engagements, that is very significant. So you need to do all these contextualization, and you must consider the digital behaviors. Even if you are posting, post identifying people who use this kind of phones or that kind of phones. If you are posting flyers, posting photos or posting videos, you use an iPhone to edit the photo and it's giving you that OLED thing. It's so beautiful. So you're in your mind, oh, people will admire it or people will like it. But maybe they are using some downgrade phone and the sound may not be right. You are basing your whole thing on sound, but maybe they will need a text on the video. So you capture them in that 360 content, which have been contextualized for that specific group. So be relentless about it. Who are we posting to? So if president says, I'm posting this content for mothers, this content is strictly for mothers. All right. And sometimes when you are engaging, when you post on your socials, in social media, the team, we have the team that deals with community engagement. And for those of you who do public health, please, this is not the down the field one, but it's similar. Community engagement, technical, whatever, being experts or officers. What we do is whatever people are saying, the response you give to the person. So sometimes when you are responding to someone, take your time. Go and check the profile. Look at what the person has been posting. Then that will even gauge the kind of response you give to the person. Because someone might pass a comment, you feel triggered by it. You want to give it to the person. Hold on. Go and read the profile small. Go through the content they have shared, at least five of them. Then you see, oh, just a level-headed person, but maybe doesn't have an understanding of this that's happening. Give the person all the attention, respond, and you might eventually convert this person to be on your side. All right. So good. This is very critical. Storytelling, storytelling, storytelling. Storytelling and telling stories are two different things. Storytelling and telling stories are two different things. And it's important you identify that as part of your content engagement. It's important for us to make health personal, not clinical. Okay? You want to share the story of your practice or from your office, a patient you dealt with, and you want to start with, yesterday in my consulting room. Yeah, we like that story, but that image of me being your consulting room freaks me. I don't want it. I can't vibe with it. Then you come and start the story of Akosia, who is 24 and came to your consulting room. Let's start with Akosia, the Indomie seller around Pokwase, Maera. Then you see the person, the story, the difference in it. In my consulting room, the guy came, you are projecting yourself. We don't want it. Charlie, people are triggered by some small things. Take it out and go to the community and tell it digital. Tell the story digitally. You can choose to do the filming of you in a consulting room And you can choose to visit Akosia within the community and start doing the vlogging. Are we good? So you see the story. This one, instead of hypertension is dangerous. Yeah, we know. It killed my grandma. It killed my father. It killed my auntie. I know. Don't tell me hypertension is dangerous. But then, Amma 42 thought she was healthy. In the community, she helped everyone to do their chores. He used to do laundry for a lot of people until then you are interested. Until what? Charlie will continue another day. Oh no, this story. Okay, if you want more, visit our website, visit our YouTube for the full story. Subscribe, like, and share. Jose, we are all going to subscribe and share. All right? So please, storytelling. The data we have informs, but the story does what? Do the transformation. Data no there, it will tell we what is working and what is not working. But when we want to transform the lives, then we must begin to do the storytelling. And in public health, there is absolutely no way we can achieve with just data. But the data must inform the stories that we tell. Any question? Any question? Any conflict? Any question, conflict, or confusion? If not, let's continue the conversation. All right. Now, design always with mobile first. Because you know what? The data shows classically there are more mobile phones than there are toilets. Sorry. True or false? There are more mobile phones than there are of toilets and water. Thank you. Because as I speak, someone has an iPhone, has this one, has a tablet, has this, has that. And they say, this is for my course. This is for my classes. This is for my this. This is for my that. You're here. So, but whenever you want to do the stories, whenever you want to do text, whenever you want to do photos, think about mobile first. The data we have now shows classically that mobiles, mobile, and then smart TVs. So why do we say mobile first? Because when you want to do recording, you see that there are some that comes in a sort of square, that landscape, and then some you can see that it's a bit long. I really need to show you this. So when you go to Instagram, you watch the video of DOC, Diary of a CEO. They have the videos in a certain format, maybe 16 by 9 on YouTube. And when you open YouTube, it's there like this. But when you go on Instagram, you see that it's long and it's bold and it's right in your face. So when you develop those content, when you develop the flyers, sometimes you'll be working for some organizations and you ask them for flyers and they send you flyer and you say, but we want different formats, one different style. And they are like, no, you can post that one. Yeah, we'll post it for you. And you say, we are not getting, people are not liking that thing. Yeah, they don't like it. Because behind the likes and the shares and the comments are real humans. Unless you tell me everyone here are robots. And there is significant work that goes on to ensure that these robots or people who set up these fake accounts occasionally are removed out. There is this social farming and all that, but the significance of our stories that we tell will definitely have the impact if we continue to consider the platforms or the devices people use, which is very, very key. All right? So if you are recording a video, you can decide to do it this way or that way. And if you are recording these videos, be mindful. There are so many things that works. Sound is number one. Light is number two. The rest are few elements that you have to add. Okay? What did I say? Okay. And then the other few elements, I'll go for subtitles. Because today we could be having a serious presentation here and you'll be watching a video. No sound, but you know everything that is being said in the video. It's what? The subtitling. So you are sharing a video, you have done it. Yeah, it's fine. Oh, we recorded in 4K, 8K. Yeah, it be. But they be for their mind. Yeah, look at this Korean movie. They do it and they get us every day. So sound, light, subtitles, and then additional images makes it a bit more multidimensional or multimedia in its effect. All right. So when you are recording, please get these additional microphones. You see that sometimes when they are recording, something is here. Something is here. I have some in my bag. Something you don't understand. No, some people be using a spoon, fork, creatively, and they attach the microphone, wireless microphone to it. Yes, and then they speak to it. If you're also going to use these ones, you just make sure that it's closer. Then when you finish, you test the sound. Test the sound. Is it pleasing? Because a video without a good sound, that one, what is it? Okay, so please, these elements, sound in video is very important, and light. Light video is motion photographs, right? And photographs are drawn by light. So you must make sure you have a good lighting. When you're in the room and you are recording, you look for where the light is. Some of you want to stand right and direct. No, come a bit away from it so that the light shines on, because it creates an angle. Okay, so it draws on you, then you start. If you want to do a simple check to know where the light is coming from, raise your palms like this. Can everybody do it? Okay, so turn it round, and stop where the light is coming the most. Where is it coming the most? Okay, so that means that is where most light is coming. So if you want to position someone and let the person speak to the video, you let the person stand there. Or you go and stand in that position because there'll be maximum light over there. So if I am standing here and I raise my palm, okay, hold on. No, not here. Okay, so I'm getting more light here. Quickly, I come. Then I start. Okay, so please, the sound, the light, if you are taking photographs, first thing is light because you are not doing sound. In videos, it starts with sound, then you can add the light. But if it's photographs, you go with the lights first. Any question? I hope there's no confusion here. Okay, because your photographs is about drawing with light. Okay, ensure you have that clarity. Then the opening with bold hooks. Those of you who have gone to the Instagram account I was talking about, bold letters. Now for you, if the video opens, you see some text popping up, boom, 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 or the thing the person is saying. But because the mind is wired differently to do many things at a time. You can't come and give me some boring thing and expect me to go and take the vaccine. Just give me something exciting. Eh? I remember during the COVID time, for me, apart from all the content I shared, when it got to the vaccination, I went live. And that's one of the only things that convinced my mom and the sisters. Did you take the vaccine? Hey, Kobina, I've taken it. And you saw it. Okay. So we need to hook the people. We need to capture their attention and be mindful of the platforms they are using. And to think of people is public health, right? Yeah, great. All the posts we make is beautiful, but there is always something missing. There is no call to action. So the crack, I don't know your friend the crack anything. And then what? So you make the post, the person reads the thing and gets to someone and say, so what is it? So what? Sometimes look on the data now, one of the main reasons people are online is to fill in their boredomness. Now, top 5 of the reasons why people are on social. And the world, there is 50% plus of the global population are using internet, social media. There is evidence, there are data that says that the population now, there's more people getting connected. So when you get there, people are bored. They want to fill in their time. You now tell me, or for most reasons that you pick the phone to do whatever. Is it not that you are free? You wake up, someone is by you, you don't even say good morning, but you go and type good morning on your phone first. Hey, where are you? Someone day by you, Charlie, that one, you know they hear like that. When we say good morning online before we do it offline, that one cry, it's God's grace. I'll see you and say good morning. But I feel when I put good morning on my status and you have seen it, I've told you, I've said it to you already. Let's move on in life. So people are hoping to fill their boredomness with this. So give them the content. Form networks and put content where if we come to this platform, if we go to this person, I'm sure that I'll find this content. Do you have, how many of you am I connected with on social media? Okay. Why would you come to my page? Why would you come to my timeline? Just say.
Actually, I enjoy reading almost all the things that you usually post. The writing, the way you write, most of the times you write like a long, sometimes long messages and all that. And sometimes there are advocacy messages and all those things. Yeah.
So you have to stick to that subject. Let me know that if it comes to executive, whatever, it's your timeline I'm coming. If it's about Africa, blah, 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 it's your timeline I'm coming. If I want to stay updated on pediatric, whatever, I'm going to President's timeline. What is happening in the field of pediatric, whatever. So if you don't have that one, please, or let me know that every year you come and receive your birthday wishes. So I know at all costs, 1 year time, you show up. Okay, so let's have a definition for why we are online, why we exist there in the first place, and be able to connect to the people. But then the pillar 4 is for us to consider mobile anytime we want to work. This way on pillar 5, call to action. Saying after you do everything, access on the you want people to take action. Okay, you want people to take action. So that's what we call the CTA. So some things like visit our page now, click, watch, do this. The things that tell people what to do because they don't have anything doing. So tell them what to do. So those doing the misinformation, disinformation, they are telling them avoid it, don't. Okay. All right. I'm on pillar 5, and I've heard that I have 5 minutes. No problem. So leverage on social proof and influencers. This is clear, and we already mentioned it. When you are linking up with influencers to do anything, be sure they have social proof of the work they've done over time. That is why you can all post about something, the same subject, and someone posts and is getting the attention. It's because there's a social proof to whatever they are talking or discussing. Great. Choose influencers that align with your concept, with Pediatric Society. You can have fans on your page. Go and find out who are these Very clear. And there are some questions that will keep coming. So you have to do something. The Ministry of Health yesterday issued a press statement about they have plans advanced to pay the nurses because they monitor the sentiment. They always ask them, when are you paying? When are you paying? We are not paying now, but we did the process. It's in the pipeline. The day the pipeline go bust. Okay. So maintain the consistency in your messaging. Don't post this year, even though vary the formats and the style and all that. Be consistent, kakra. You don't post here and then on TikTok we see you doing something else. All right. Monitor the sentiment, maintain the consistency. Because if you are inconsistent, we can't trust you. We can't trust you at all. The terminologies, sometimes review them small. Because today you say this and during an outbreak, you want to change your mouth. Hey, oh boy. Okay. And then appreciate when you have comments, questions. Okay. It's about engagement. Get them to comment. When they share the post, what did they say when they shared it? When the person made that single post, what did they add to it? Have some patience. Don't go and fight people. There are days we do the fighting, but there are days you take your time to get to the point of what we call conversion. Conversion is where you have engaged, you have interacted, and now you want the person to take an action. So you move them to go and take an action, and then they bring you a feedback. So it's important for us to also trust that, build that two-way thing. All right. And you must always, always measure what matters. Everything we have talked about, because when you are certain of, you knew what mattered, and you have to get ready to measure what really mattered. Don't do the vanity metrics and the likes. Oh, 100 people liked it. Hey, yeah. And then what happened? Okay, you have to go further. Not do the vanity metrics, the reach, the engagement, the conversion, and the behavior change. Because for us, it's about not just about communicating to the people, it's about having some level of social and behavioral change, right? So in brief, for us to have excellence in social media, health promotion, vaccine demand, and all that, the demand can only be driven or be sustained when our social media activities or our social media campaigns have some clarity in the behaviors and the people we want to engage with. And we understand the people we are going to engage with. And we can clearly have a storytelling approach to whatever we do. But then again, whatever we are saying and whoever we are must have some level of credibility, of trust that the people can have in us. And we must be consistent as much as possible. And when we do all that, it is when we measure that we know, of course, we have delivered to a large extent. So it is not that people don't want the vaccine, but it's about issue of trust. And in a way to address it, we must apply some of these things systematically so that it won't just become a social media channel, that a communication channel, but then again, a public health intervention too. Obviously, if there is a few time, I want to take questions. Engage with me on all platforms. You can share your feedback with me about this presentation. And if you have any campaign in line with what we are doing here, I'll be happy and glad to assist. Thank you.
Thank you. So briefly, any questions, comments for Mr. Kobe Blay? Okay, there's a question right here. Kobe, please don't go far. Please come close.
Mr. Kobe, thank you for the insight that you've given us this afternoon. We thought that posting is always that you write something and you throw it in the air and then it's flying. But this afternoon you have, open your eyes. So my question here is that is everybody or anyone who can be a social media influencer or a group of people tasked to do so? Because the reason I'm asking this question is that in my facility, like where I'm coming from, we have a media team. So they have been doing the media, because there's technicalities in it. We thought that you can post anything because, so is it everybody who can do it or just that we can form a team like we used to do? Or is the best? Or maybe if it's not the best, you can also teach us a way to go about it. Okay. So we also municipal hospital. Yeah.
So please, due to time, let's engage Kobe during the lunch, during lunch time. Thank you very much. Please, can we clap for him? He did a very good job. So I'd like to acknowledge Dr. Med Derek Kojo Howard. He's the Deputy Secretary for Greater Accra GMA. Thank you so much for your presence. We are grateful for the support from GMA National. Thank you so much. And now we have a presentation of badges to champions and picture taking. So I'd like to call upon our PSG President, Dr. Hilda Boy, our Secretary, Dr. Gabi Obinkranton, the chairpersons, and then the IPA President and Executive Director for the presentation of badges to the champions. Please, if you are here, kindly join us. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, they are the chairpersons for the session. Yes, please. Yes, please. For each region, but they know themselves. Champions, you know yourselves. I don't have their list. I have the list. The list is missing. That's the list. Okay, so for Ashanti region, Dr. Eugene Mate, and then the champion Blessing Oluwaseyi. I hope I got the name right. Bono East, get ready. So for Bono East, we have the chairperson being Dr. Jacqueline Esibe and the champion Dr. Ajua Enusin Gudube. So please get ready. Okay. So Dr. Jacqueline Esibe and Dr. Ajwa Enusin Gudube. Ahafo region, get ready. So for Ahafo region, we have Dr. Joyce Emakayo Benin. Please forgive me if I don't pronounce your name right, as the chairperson or key rep, and Dr. Dora Dapa as the champion. So I'll mention who the chairperson or key representative. I'll mention who the champion is the second. Never. Thank you. For Bono, we have the chairperson being Dr. Jennifer Asaman and the champion being Dr. Solomon Chimogo. It's at 24. Patricia, they are both champions. So kindly take note that there are two champions for each region. So they are both champions. So for Savannah, we have Miss Kajitan Salifu and Dr. Gloria Na Odekwe. It's a male. Sorry, they put Miss here. Oh. Forgive me. Sorry, it's Mr. The prefix was wrong. Sorry. Upper West, get ready. Dr. Matilda Aseyoro and Miss Rashida Abdullahi. Thank you. Upper West. Western, get ready. Dr. Portia Edum Atta and Miss Rose Edinyira. Thank you. Weston. Weston. Western North, get ready. Mr. Francis Interfo and Mr. Thomas Eje Nyameche. Western North, get ready. After Western, you are next. Up next. Okay, thank you. Western North up. Eastern, get ready. Dr. Joycelyn Esibe and Dr. Abigail Saki. Eastern. Northern region, please get ready. Mr. Abdallah Abdul Wadudu. Northern. Central, get ready. Dr. Patricia Owusu and Miss Gertrude Lamte. Central. Dr. Patricia Owusu and Miss Gertrude Lamte. Oti, get ready. Dr. Wolanyo Kekesi and Miss Roberta Agbesi. Oti is up. Greater Accra, get ready. Dr. Nestina Shandoff and Dr. Evangeline Odukwe for Greater Accra. Greater Accra. We have 3 more. Volta, get ready. Dr. Philip Pepra and Mr. Jonathan Kwashi. Two more. This is Greater Accra, so Volta Upper East. Three. So Volta. So when so now we have two more. Upper East, get ready. Dr. Bertha Gibel and Miss Gifty Damsongo. Upper East. And then we have one more. After Upper East, then we have the very last one, which will be Northeast. And when Northeast is done, all the champions will kindly move forward for a group photograph. So the last one, Northeast, we have Mr. Amankwa Abdul Mumin, sorry. Okay, he's already there. He's the only one. Yeah, he's the only one for Northeast. So all the champions, please move forward. Let's take a group photograph. Group photograph.
Final one. 3, 2, 1.
Mm. Please, we have a presentation to our IPA team. So Prof. Haddad, if you could kindly join us, Dr. Naveen, Miss Irene, and Dr. Jean Antoine. Thank you. Yes, please. It's lunch break. Lunch is ready. All right, so yeah, this is from us, it's just a token from the Pediatric Society of Ghana and all of you gathered here. We value your cash contributions, your presence, your time, everything towards the well-being of the children in Ghana, and we are happy that they are here. I suspect that this is the first time that the IPA president and the executive director have been to Ghana together, even if there has been a visit before together. Okay. Okay. All right. Yes. 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 So you see, please clap for us and for them as well. So this is from all of us saying thank you. The program will end soon. I mean, that is this 2-day program will end soon, but just to show our appreciation to them. Thank you very much for making it beautiful. Thank you. We are lunch this one. Lunch is ready.
The breakfast. The breakfast.
It's linked to the breakfast. See, uncle lunch. Yeah. So the breakout method time is. Thank you so much. So I guess we are ready for lunch now. Yes. So please, we have 40 minutes for lunch. So we've switched things up a bit. Would go for lunch and come back for our breakout session and presentations. And then we'll have the next steps and then we'll be done. So let's go for lunch. 40 minutes, please. It's 1:16 now, so we'll be back at 1:56. So exactly 2, we are starting the next session, the breakout session. Thank you very much. What?
You start at 2.
So please, if you don't move now, we'll start exactly at 2 p.m. So please move for lunch. Thank you. No, when they come back. Makachi almost said when we come back. Yes.
Take a picture together. Well, let the three of us take a picture.
You don't know what that's changed. No, that's changed my browser. Anyway, cover my browser.
So please, we have something small for transportation stipend to the champions. So please don't leave. Champions, your transportation stipend, you have to sign for the transportation stipend after lunch. After lunch. Thank you. organization champions can support the implementation. And each table will give us a rep for a 3-minute presentation. Please, you have 3 minutes more. Please start rounding up and the presenters should start getting ready. Presenters for each group or the presenter for each group should get ready. Group 1, are you ready? Okay. So group 1, you have 3 minutes to give your presentation. So who is presenting for group 1? Okay, so please let's clap for them. And let's listen to them.
Three minutes. So good afternoon to everyone.
Listen, oh, please listen. You can ask questions afterwards.
So the question we had was the role of pediatrician and partners in supporting EPI program and improving coverage and then new vaccine introduction. We know that prevention is always better than cure, as has already been said. And there had been successes, or we know the success stories that the EPI program has brought to us as a nation. So it's important to improve coverage of and also introduce new vaccines. And as pediatricians and partners, we have so many roles to play. So to begin with, as partners and pediatricians, we have a role of educating and also playing the role of advocacy. So we need to tell them what the vaccines are, they need to take the vaccines, and then we even educate them about some of the misconceptions about it. Once they have this knowledge, then we can increase the coverage of this vaccine. The second thing I also want to talk about is identification of children who have missed this vaccine. Some of my trainers are here. They always tell us, once you see a child, you must request for child health records book. And that book has a lot of information. So as a pediatrician, even on the ward, you'll be able to look at this book and be able to tease out some of the children who have missed some of this. Where I worked, I see some of the vaccines that have been missed in this children's book, and sometimes I'm able to call the midwife to alert them and send the child there for them to complete them. The third thing is about data and then surveillance. We live in a world where you need evidence. Whatever you do, there has to be evidence. So as pediatricians, it's good to keep records in conjunction with the information units in our wards, keeps records of having the number of children we have in our catchment area, know those that are coming for immunization, and then we can bridge the gap. The other is about funds. We are all discussing about Gavi and how they want to move out of or wean us off. And it's important that it's an important role they play in helping us get the vaccines for our children. To the second part about what the stakeholders and champions can do. One of it is still education, so that the people are aware about the vaccines, some of the misconceptions. And they will also learn how to leverage on social media, using the social media to do this education. That's also very key. We can also play supervisory role. How many of us pediatricians, example, visit the child welfare clinic to check some of these things for ourselves? It's important that we go look at the fridge they have, look at the batch numbers, look at some of the color changes on the vaccines, so that when some of them are expired, these children will not be.
Thank you very much, Group 1.
Thank you. Run up.
Your time is up.
Oh,
leave the points for another group.
So, last one. Jesus said one thing, that follow me and I'll make you fishers of men. So as champions, we are also supposed to make other champions. Thank you.
Thank you, Group 1. Any comments or questions for them? Or they have said it all? No. Okay, let's go to Group 2. It's presenting for Group 2. Your time starts now.
All right, thank you. So the question reads, the role of pediatrician and partners in supporting the expanded program on immunization and how to improve coverage and the introduction of new vaccines. So we all know that immunization remains one of the most cost-effective public health intervention for preventing child health mortality and morbidity. And so the role of a pediatrician, or as champions, we have to be leaders and advocates. We also have to do surveillance and have early detection of any of these diseases. Then we also have to enforce policy and help in the development of policy and be technical expertise. And then we also have to do capacity building and mentorship for other people in case we are not around, the gap will not be created. We also have to be researchers and evidence-based information generations. Then the role of our partners. The role of our partners. Our partners have to be policy influencers and policy makers in the government. And then they also have to develop donors or form other partnership with other people, other organizations that will help, like the UNICEF, Gavi, and then the rest. They also have to enforce or have this relationship with the media and build some kind of communication whereby we will not go and be saying different information on radios and televisions. We also have to have civic society and NGOs buying into our ideas on immunization and vaccination. Then commitment from all stakeholders. We have to prioritize hard to reach areas where we know it is very hard for them to get immunization and other healthcare deliveries. And then we have to be data-driven decision makers. We have to strengthen monitoring systems. We also have to do community engagement where we will foster trust through transparent communication and culturally sensitive approaches. We also have safety and quality assurance. We need to maintain strong pharmacovigilance and adverse events monitoring after immunization. Then how can immunization champions support this implementation? We have to advocate publicly for routine and new vaccines by using social media as a strong tool. We have to share personal endorsements and credible information. We also have to address myth and misinformation respectively. You also have to mobilize communities during campaigns.
Thank you, Group 2.
Yeah, so some of the partners include the traditional leaders. The traditional leaders within the community are part of the stakeholders that we intend to engage. Because if you want the messages to go through, the traditional leaders should include them into their community gatherings so that they'll be able to influence that.
Thank you. Group 3.
Okay, so for the first question, the role of the pediatrician. So the role of the pediatrician is varied. It spans from the clinical role, advocacy, education, surveillance, community role, and research. So by way of the clinical role, we need to make sure we identify the cases, identify the disease patterns and burdens, make sure there is, identify any missed doses among the children, and also manage effectively the adverse effects. For advocacy, we need to be champions of the vaccine policies. We need to engage legislators, community, advocate for funding and new vaccines as well. For education, we need to counsel the community, counsel the parents that we see, counter any misinformation, train health workers on the best practices. For surveillance, we need to monitor the coverage data that we have. We need to report cases and any outbreaks. We need to track the adverse events and make sure the vaccine is effective. For the community role engagement, we need to engage the leaders, religious institutions, government institutions, and support outreach campaigns. We also need to maximize on our social media platforms for the advocacy. Also for research, it's important to do vaccine trials to generate evidence, especially local evidence, since we depend a lot on international evidence, and also publish these studies to better inform our decisions and policies. For the second question on the partners and their roles, the first partner is definitely the community and the community leaders. We need to make sure that we engage them. We need to make sure that they own the the vaccine so that they feel part of it. We also need to engage the policy makers, Ministry of Health for policy directions, resource allocation, national scheduling and monitoring. We need to involve our pediatric societies, obstetric societies for clinical guidelines, member mobilization, and also professional advocacy and research. We need to, for our donors, Gavi Rotary, financing for new vaccine introduction and also strengthening of the cold chain to make sure the vaccines are still effective. WHO UNICEF also provides us with technical guidance, supporting supply procurement, global reporting, and accountability. We also need to involve other partners, private partners, NGOs, faith groups, to make sure that we have community trust building and mobile vaccinations. Media and civil society, as we've all stated, is very important to make sure that the immunization continues and is sustained. So that will help us to counter misinformation, to promote demand, and to celebrate achievements that we've made.
Thank you, Group 3. I saw the way people were paying attention to what she was saying. Looks like she captured attention. Group 4, please.
Great job. Thank you very much. So, okay, so this group 4. Sorry, the role. So the role of pediatricians and partners in improving immunization coverage and the new vaccines. Okay, so we all know how important immunization is to the health of the child, the Ghanaian child, and even the overall health of the general populace. So we as champions and as pediatricians and other health workers here, our role is ultimately to advocate. So advocacy is one of our key roles. And how do we go about this? We do that through education. Education is very important to demystify the myths and the various misconceptions surrounding immunization. Okay, we also want to do counseling. We have to inform them well, give them accurate information to be able to build their trust in accepting new vaccines, especially. Also through advocacy, we'll be able to, reach out to communities. So we want to embark on community outreaches to get to the community and educate them very well. The second role as healthcare workers or pediatricians and then partners, the other health workers, we want to build capacity of colleague healthcare workers as we're going out there. All that we have been taught here, we need to teach them as well through trainings, through refresher trainings, and so that they can also come to the same level as we are, so we can all propagate the same information. And through capacity building, we'll be able to also monitor and evaluate the various activities that we'll be carrying out to promote immunization. And we are also going to do a lot of mentorship as pediatricians to be able to build their capacity. Again, we would engage with the policy makers. Policymakers play a very key role when it comes to immunization policies and other things. So we want to engage them to be able to influence the policies that they make so that it will help promote immunization. Again, our role is to engage in resource mobilization. Of course, we all know that Gavi will be leaving us soon. And so we have to look around and maximize the resources that are available to us and look at other ways of mobilizing funds to support our EPI and its sustainability. And so we will do this through proposal writings to various stakeholders to help fund our activities. And again, the other role for us is to collaborate with the partners like SOGOG, the media, NGOs, international organizations, to help fund the activities as well as to promote immunization. Again, as pediatricians, community health workers, we would want to see how to monitor the vaccines that we have with us. So vaccine safety, monitoring of vaccine safety is one key role we have to look at, and also to be able to identify adverse events following immunization and then address them appropriately. So when we come to the role of the stakeholders and the partners, we identified main partners as Gavi, WHO, UNICEF, PATH, and also religious bodies, government, political leaders, media influencers are all partners. What's their role? For Gavi,
thank you, group for
Gavi, Gavi will support us with funding. Gavi will support us with funding. Religious bodies will support us with social mobilization.
So we did two. So we are doing two. So we are doing all this to help in promoting. As the president said, as SONA 2020, our theme for state march is building prosperity and restoring hope. So in all this, you have to restore hope and build prosperity. Immunization is a way of building prosperity. Thank you.
I'm surprised they are clapping for themselves. Group 5.
Thank you. So we have identified pediatricians as key people when it comes to the immunization space, as we are in constant contact with their patients and the caregivers. And these caregivers trust us a lot, and the message we give out is very critical. So we have a central role to play when it comes to immunization. Our first point was under advocacy, training, and community engagement. We should in ourselves be very well versed with the immunization so that we'll be able to debunk other misinformation. So it's not good for you to go talking about something when you yourself, you don't even have adequate knowledge about it. We may be pediatricians, but believe you me, we don't all know everything about vaccines. So it's on us to go and learn more about all the vaccinations, what goes into it, so that when we are asked the questions, at the point that we are doing the advocacy, we'll be able to give out the right informations, and we'll have the right message to be able to debunk other informations that are out there that are wrong. Also, we want to liaise with the religious and traditional leaders to spread our messages that cannot be overemphasized, and also collaborate with other community leaders in outreaches and other stuff. We can't do it all alone. So it's on us to also go back and train other health workers on what we've learned here to be able to also carry out the message and be confident in giving out the message on immunization. As part of our daily education at our various wards and units, and also at the OPD clinics, we should be able to inculcate immunization messages. And our clinical practice and surveillance, we're looking at pediatricians being able to monitor and track timely vaccinations by reviewing the mother and child health records book and advising accordingly, so that we pick up all missed immunizations, and then we ensure that these children are immunized, are vaccinated. And also we should be able to monitor and manage all adverse events following immunizations that come our way. And the other adverse effects that are not very common, we should be able to pick them up and manage them very well, because giving the vaccine is one thing, and identifying the side effects is another thing, and managing it is another one. So we should be able to confidently manage these side effects, so that it gives us, the caregivers, confidence that even if something happens, we still know that our children are safe. And then defaulters can be picked up and we can be able to. And we realize that someone mentioned we don't follow up with our child welfare clinics. They are just by us, but we don't go there. We leave it solely to other cadre of staff. We should take interest in that and pick up some of the gaps that could show up, especially when it comes to the cold chain, how the vaccine is carried around, the expiry dates of the vaccine, color changes, and other stuff. Then we come to social media. It's also been stated a lot. We do a lot as pediatricians and Pediatric Society of Ghana. We do a lot of advocacy. We have the Yellow Month. Now we are on epilepsy and all that. You could get something on immunization, have a radio drama, have our flyers, our jingles, and other stuff. And today I actually did a practice of social media called Biblewing.
he caught me and I had to. So TikTok, Twitter, Facebook, we can send out our messages. And believe you me, people will be confident once they know that this is coming out from me.
Thank you all so very much. Group 3, dear. They don't want me to say it, but they have the EPI manager in their team. You see the way they were giving the points and we're all captured. Disqualified, eh? You want to ask? Okay, so we'll take one question and then we'll get comments from our chairpersons for this session. We'll get the project manager to give us the next steps and then we are done.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me to ask a question. Please, group 3. This is a group 3, okay. In your presentation, I heard something that they say they will manufacture vaccines and try and those. So I don't know, is it the role of the pediatrician? Because she said something of that sort. I don't know whether pediatrician, manufacture vaccines and give it a try. I don't know. I want clarifications. They said there are vaccine trials, and I heard something of that sort. This group, yes. Oh, please, she said it. She said vaccine trials and others. So I don't know whether now pediatrician started manufacturing dry.
So, we didn't say we manufacture vaccines. That's not what we said. But we said we would do research. So before you can introduce a vaccine, you have to make sure that your country actually needs it. And based on the research, the case burden and all that, it needs to be documented and published to make a case to get the vaccines into the country. And once you have the vaccines in the country and you're a role, we need to make sure they are safe. So all the data that we get from the ongoing vaccination has to be published to see if there is effectiveness of the vaccine and if the vaccine is safe based on the adverse events that we report. So that's what we meant by that, but not manufacturing.
The pull him down syndrome is strong.
Okay.
I swear.
So we've had a very interactive session. Yes. We've had a very, very interactive session for session 2. So Kobe started us off, and we thought we knew all they had to do with posting. We just thought we'll capture the content and send it. But he took us through his very precise 10 steps. I hope we all took it down. I think PSG will share the presentation with us. The most important thing he said is that we are looking for a behavior change whilst we are given a visual storytelling. And he challenged us all, even looking at our social media pages to see those of us who do some content on our media pages. Then he used the word visibility, that we need to be visible. So social media, we didn't do too much of the traditional media, but the social media, I think now everybody is on their phone. So the social media is one way that we can be visible as a society and also as bringing out the information that we want to bring out. The thing that challenged me was there's no time to post. The time to post is when? Now. I think some people have the art of getting some information, getting content, and then they are monitoring, is it the weather or what it is, waiting for the right time. But this has been debunked. The right time to post is now. And that was a very, very, very informative session. So now we looked at what role that we can play, and Dr. Debi will give us his comments on that. Thank you.
I'll also reinforce the fact that this session has been quite educative, full of knowledge. And I guess the activities that we've done right now as pediatrician healthcare workers will go a long way in helping us shape what we will be using social media for, putting out the right information, debunking knowledge, and how we go about it. You have listed a host of them. If we're doing qualitative research, we'll be looking at reaching saturation point. And I'm sure you've exhausted every point in the area of what we are going to do. Among them include updating our own knowledge base on immunization so that we don't put out the wrong information. Training others, collaborating with the communities. Again, we know that immunization is about community, individuals and communities. So training communities strongly came up in your groups. How do you work? Not training, collaborate. How do we collaborate with communities? How do you bring them up to speed with what immunization is all about? And then our fellow health workers that we work with. Some highlighted the need to train fellow health workers in terms of immunization. I'm sure its usefulness and other details will come into the content of what you are going to do. Management of AGRs. These are aspects that also creates doubts about immunization. So also had the use of social media. One of the last groups that spoke about use of social media reminded us of what COVID taught us. And just as Prof just highlighted, we are going to rely on this heavily to send our message across. But messages, communications must be based on evidence. And then lastly, which shook a little bit or brought us as clarification was asked for, was on research, the role of research. And I thought the response was quite brilliant, because part of our task was to advocate for new vaccination. So as a pediatrician, how will you advocate or get new immunization and vaccination to go on? And part of it is to do research, to do literature review, to do systemic review, and share the information, evidence to convince authorities that this is needed now or this is needed in 2 years' time. This is be of economic benefit. So basically everything we have said here, we can't kick any out of what the knowledge we have gained. And I'll commend you for this brilliant session, the interactiveness, the fun part of it really made you a strong, and I'm sure your output is going to demonstrate what we have done here. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our session chairs refused to give a winner. So I think we are all winners. Thank you very much. Ikia, please, we are ready for you. So that's the last presentation for the day. What's next? When we leave here, what are we going to do? What are the next steps? And Ikia, the project manager, is going to give us the next steps. Thank you very much.
Good. I'm not even sure that it's afternoon or evening. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm just here to talk about our next steps. I know we all had a very interactive, fruitful session, and we're grateful for everybody's participation. we are grateful for everybody's participation in today's session. So we're here to look at what next we have ahead of us. And as we've mentioned before, we'll be doing our regional workshops. So we've put ourselves into 4 groupings for our regional workshops. So I'm just going to go through the groups. So you can identify where you are, our champions, can identify the groups that you find yourselves in. And what we want you to do would be to form WhatsApp platforms for those groups. So if I mention group 1, we mentioned the regions under group 1, then group 1, all of you, you're now a family. So you form a family WhatsApp group for group 1, and then you'd have somebody be your lead person. So group 1 is Northern region, Savannah, Northeast, Upper East, and Upper West. So the Northern regions. So Northern, Savannah, Northeast, Upper East, and then Upper West. And we're having our meeting at Tamale. I mean, it's central for everyone. Group 2 would be Bono East, and then Ahafo. Group 2. So all the Bono East and Ahafo champions, you'll be meeting at Sunyani for the regional workshop. Okay. Okay, so for group 3, Greater Accra, Eastern, Oti, Volta, and Central. Greater Accra, Eastern, Oti, Volta, and Central. We're meeting in Accra. Everybody says a lot of things happens in Accra, like just Accra, but Accra is more central for everybody, I believe. So that's why we're having your regional workshop. And then move on to the last group. So we'd have group 4. Group 4 would be Ashanti, Western, and then Western North. Group 4 will be Ashanti, Western, and then Western North. And then we'd have the meeting in Kumasi. So these are the groupings that we have for the regional workshops. So you can identify yourself in whichever group that you find yourself in, and then let's get our numbers, and then we can form the platform. So if I look at group 4, Ashanti, Western, Western North would have the platform, and then can deliberate on what we are going to do and how you're going to organize the regional workshop in Kumasi for group 4. So the northern regions would also do the same and plan on how they're going to organize the regional workshop in Tamale. But then all the activities will be happening in the regions. So it doesn't mean that because we held the workshop in Kumasi, it's only in Kumasi that we are going to have our activities. No, all the activities are going to be happening in each region. So these venues are just for the workshops, the regional workshops that we are having. So we are starting work. I'm sure we'll go have some rest today. So from tomorrow, we are virtually like we are starting the work. We are starting the work, and then we are getting ourselves involved in what you're planning. We are deciding on what we want to do, who we want to invite, what activities we want to take place in our various regions, and then we carry the message of immunization advocacy across. So every group, please form your own WhatsApp platform, share the information amongst yourselves, see how best you can organize the workshop. We are here to support. I mean, PSG, we are here. You're not going anywhere. So we are with you all through. So whatever issues that you have, we'll be with you. So whatever issues there will be, we'll also be here to support and also help you out. So that's it for our next steps, our regional workshops. From then we'll move on to other things. Thank you very much.
So please stay here, please. So experience sharing workshop will be done sometime later in the year. But your regional workshop starts as you plan. It will be for one day. You have to identify the participant, which may not necessarily be pediatrician. It as our lead from Nigeria suggested, good to have say social media influencer, nurses, partners. So plan to have at least one person or more from every district. So you can call them in different regions, different regional workshop. And the thing start from today for you is experience sharing is later, but continuous engagement. And there are some funds for that continuous engagement. You once you plan not too much of funds, but there are some funds for continuous engagement, and experience sharing in between can happen virtually, but we have fund for one experience sharing workshop every year, 26, 27, and 28, 3 years. So your regional workshop agenda also needs to be finalized, and you have to, it may even vary slightly from region to region. What are your requirements? Here it was 2 days, you have to do that in one day, and you have to plan how people will travel, whether, how much are the funds for the for their, for that workshop. But you have to plan a, and I would suggest a common workshop group also, where you have all the national champions, even those who have not come, and also add us. Yeah. So you need to finalize the agenda. You need to finalize the participant. You need to finalize faculty. It is either you or you invite from local, from there only, or from means Ghana only, and then continuous engagement activities which you plan starts from today. Right. So that's I wanted to add. Any questions, please be, you can clarify. Experience sharing workshop will happen virtually, physically, virtually in between anytime, but physically maybe later in the year.
Thank you very much. Please, any questions, clarifications, issues? Okay.
Thank you very much. Please, how many participants are we to get from each region? At the regional level, how many participants are we getting from every region?
So, each district.
It's written in the PSG has given a proposal. So it's written there, but it all depends on how do you manage funds. You can invite less or more, but it depends on the funds, and that's why this is an activity which is regional, not national. So you will have to sit with, and Lindsay will also, once I go, I will also see, because now I know Ghana very well. Uh, and know every one of you personally, so it is good to know, and we will plan that. And also we can interact and finalize the agenda. What exactly do you need in your regional workshop? What you need to tell those regional champion or district champion? They are also going to be champion. So what you need to cover in one day, right? And it is good it's in English, so we can, if you wish, any one of us can join virtually if you find we have, but it's up to you. It's your call, who you call as a faculty.
Okay, my concern is that yesterday we learned that one of the major roles of an immunization champion is to influence policy and then to mobilize resources. For me, that is a huge task, and I am sure I am up to the task, and I don't doubt my colleagues here as well. However, my concern is this. Are there plans ahead of time to officially introduce us to, say, Ghana Health Service in the various areas where we work, so that when we go back, some people do not feel we are coming to take over from them, so that there's not going to be any role confusion whatsoever? That is just my humble plea that I want.
That's a very good question. And if you focus, can we have attention of everybody, because these are very important questions. And if you see from our title here, we have the project name is advocacy and policy influencing. We have removed policy influencing from project name because we don't want to offend the government or anybody that we are going to. So don't worry, you don't have to mobilize resources. I don't think so. You can mobilize resources. Policy influence means once you, the first thing which we saw in Indonesia and Nigeria, we will IPA-PSG will introduce you to Ghana Health Service. These are our people. Somewhere you will be accepted immediately because I can see a very good energy, synergy here with government and Ghana Health Service. Somewhere you will find resistance. Somewhere you will find resistance from partners that they are going to come and take our place. It will be variable. Finally, you like Nigeria, what we saw, finally in most of the places, they were made member of the technical advisory group. They were taken into the task force. So that's the biggest advantage of working with IPA and being an IPA PSG champion. So that will happen. So don't worry and don't try to mobilize resources now. You know, otherwise all the partners are very much constrained of resources and they say, "Yeah, these are the new player who are going to come." So mobilize resources means you have to, in long term, when you are well established, when you have a voice, and when they know that you are working and supporting government and you are doing a good job, then you have to focus that on domestic resources, government, not we. We are not going to raise any money for PSG, or we are not going to take any more sponsorship. It's very clear. Somewhere in any event, we don't want any more sponsors, but you can do collaboration, collaborative events and all that. For that, it is okay, but not for our workshop or for our this work. So don't worry about the policy influence immediately. Otherwise, everybody comes on guard, that who are these new people and from where they are coming. So gradually you will be recognized. Once you do a good job, you will be recognized. Your value will be appreciated. And that's the biggest change we saw in Indonesia. That's the biggest change we saw in Nigeria. And it will start with immunization, but gradually you will be already I can see PSG work very closely with government, but it may not be happening at regional level, at district level. It will happen gradually that you will be called for everything. Forget about policy influence now, and no, don't try to see. When you write proposals, you write many things, and some of these may reflect in the slides, but as of now your most important job will be to supporting immunization, answering any question, misinformation, vaccine hesitancy, seeing the coverage, supporting the immunization days, uh, all these things. Advocacy plus also being a resource person. What happens when there is some AEFI? In India, it is first they look after who is pediatrician, and they bring him and you face the press. We don't face the press, the media, but then they are not trained. So we are making a very systematically attempt to train you. You will find many other resources where how to deal with media and everything. So that's the main job: advocacy, awareness, supporting campaigns. We cannot replace. We support the government and any partners which is supporting government, not UNICEF, WHO, but we are not here to mobilize resources. We will advocate in future, because it's a 2030 when Ghana is totally out. Gradually, we show them value of immunization. We say that you need domestic resources, sustainability and all that. Somebody was asking yesterday about Gavi. I don't know whether you got the answer or not. Gavi from very beginning has a eligibility, Gavi eligible country, a certain GNI, gross national income. You have, once you cross that, you enter into transition, you enter into the accelerated transition, and so Gavi was always catalytic, never to support always. So you gradually advocate for the more domestic resources. Is that clear? So don't try to change that we want this new vaccine, we not immediately. It's a very, very sensitive matter. Any more question, or you can always ask us. I am available. Lindsay is there supporting, working with your team. And you have a good team in Ghana. So feel free to ask any questions anytime.
Thank you very much. So please, are you okay with the groupings? The groupings, are you okay? Western, North Ashanti, you're fine. Yeah, okay. Okay, so that's fine. Okay, so please don't forget to take your TNT, the stipend for your TNT on your way out, okay? And then please do well to return the name tags. Okay, please do well to return the name tags at the table. We'll reuse them.
They can carry their immunization.
No, the badges are for them. The badges are for you, but just the name tags. And then don't forget to take your stipend. So on this note, I think we've had a very fruitful day. We've all done so well. Please do clap for yourself. Dr. Boy, closing remarks. Just when you entered, I know. Thank you. Okay, it's been a wonderful 2 days. Do you agree? And I'm wearing my purple jacket. Oh, Greater Accra, you don't agree it's purple. Okay. All right. So on behalf of the national executives and everyone, would like to say a very big thank you to the International Pediatric Association for bringing this program together. We've gone through many topics. We've looked at vaccine hesitancy, miscommunication. We've looked at the expanded program of immunization in Ghana, some of the problems, the challenges, and opportunities for moving forward. And we've looked at what the role of the champions is going to be. Even though our immunization uptake or coverage is very good, there's still opportunity to do more and to do better so that no child is left behind here in Ghana. And we are counting on everyone in this room, especially the champions, to carry the message across and to continue to advocate for all children everywhere. Now, I know I'm standing between you and your evening, your dinner, your travels, and all. I won't talk much. Thank you all for making it to this program and for all our stakeholders for joining. God bless you. Thank you so much. On that note, Dr. Matilda, say you'll give us the closing prayer.
Thank you very much. Shall we be in a mood of prayer? Our Heavenly Father, I'm most grateful to you. We thank you so much for the gift of life. We thank you so much for the gift of this program, Immunization Advocacy. Thank you for the opportunity granted us to come together as a team, as a group, to learn about immunization for the good of the children in the whole world. Lord, we thank you for all that we have been able to study here. We thank you especially for the facilitators. We thank you for the stakeholders. We thank you for the international partners who have come all the way from afar to come into Ghana to support this program. We thank you for their lives, oh God. We pray that even as we leave here, you take them all back to where they came from safely. And for us, the champions, we ask for your grace, your strength, your wisdom, all that we need, Lord, to be able to carry out this course very well and make an impact in the life of every child and all the communities that will be encountering. Lord, help us. Give us favor in the sight of all stakeholders and in the sight of all who matter to support this cause. In the name of Jesus, we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being your MC today. Have a good day.